Members of Council, this meeting is now resumed. Please take your seats. Members, please rise, if you're able, to join me in observing a moment of silence on memory of Jeffrey Sinclair and Donald Sutherland. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the City Clerk's Office on receiving the E.A. Danby Award by the Association of Municipal Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario. I would like to call upon Councillor McKelvey to give the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to inform you that the City Clerk's Office is a recipient of the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario E.A. Danby Award for work on the Toronto mayoral by-election in 2023. Right? Yes. The mayor was clapping. Yes. The E.A. Danby Awards are presented annually to one or more municipalities that demonstrate an initiative or a willingness to explore innovative techniques that produce tangible results related to the efficiency and effectiveness of the municipality. As I think you all know, in 2023, only a few months into the new term of office, the mayor resigned, and the City Clerk's Office had only 4 months to plan the largest by-election in Canadian history. The team moved quickly to leverage existing successful plans from the 2022 general election while prioritizing equity, accessibility, and security. This included communications and outreach plans, recent voters list amendments, readying and testing all the equipment, rebooking 90% of the voting locations, and a recall of election officials to fill 15,000 positions, setting a new benchmark for election readiness. The City Clerk's Office also seized the opportunity to identify innovative intermunicipal opportunities to collaborate, share knowledge, and strengthen relationships. They leveraged skilled talent and support from the City of Markham through a temporary secondment of a member of their elections management team. They also established an election visitor program hosting 30 staff from across 15 different municipalities to share ideas, strategies, and success stories around elections administration. And the City Clerk's Office implemented an intermunicipal Adopt a Poll program where they welcomed 98 clerk staff and other public servant support from 16 municipalities to assist on Election Day. All of this happened behind the scenes, seamlessly. And so on behalf of the Mayor and all members of Council, our warmest congratulations to the City Clerk's Office on receiving the E.A. Danby Award from the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario. So I am going to call out the wonderful team, and then I am going to invite the City Clerk, John Elvidge, to join me for the photo. So in addition to John Elvidge, join me in congratulating Tobias Novogrodsky, Kimberly Bain, Kelly Hilberg, Tharsin Sundaramuthi, and Carol Boganen. That's yours. 8 hours.
The mayor's just saying that it only took us an hour to get results, and it took the federal government 8 hours, right? Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's fitting that we make this presentation on the anniversary of the by-election, which was yesterday, which we marked here in the chamber yesterday. Our success in running Canada's largest ever by-election was a true team effort, and I am immensely proud of everyone's dedication and hard work. As mentioned, members of our core team are here today. We're also delighted to be recognized by AMCTO, our peers, and we are also indebted to them for their help coming together as a community last spring. The same can also be said in terms of that support for our colleagues in city divisions and city agencies who provide us with facilities, vehicles, equipment, and people. Thank you very much to my colleagues in other city divisions. So our job is to be ready to conduct fair, open, and accessible elections that bring you, the members of council, to this chamber to represent your constituents and make decisions for our city. Madam Speaker, let's get back to it. Okay.
Well, that was short and sweet. Yeah. Okay, members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 19.7 review of the order paper. There are 60 items left on the agenda, including 36 member motions. Council has timed the 2 cycling network plan items, i.e. 14.3 and i.e. 14.4, to be considered together as the first item of business this morning. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. It's okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make an amendment to the order paper.
Just one moment.
I'd like to remove the timing of EC 10.1 from the 5th item after members' motions and put it back onto the regular agenda. Yes, so that's the Jane Finch Community Development Plan.
Which I can't hear you, Councillor Pasternak.
So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remove the timing of EC 10.1 Jane Finch Community Development Plan and put it back onto the regular sequence of the agenda.
Untime it. I get it. I get it. Nicely done.
Thank you. Thank you. Hold the applause, please.
Sir Fletcher.
Thank you. Yes, PH 13.9, Community Housing Sector Modernization and Growth Strategy. I'll release that, Chair.
Okay, just one moment, please. Let me find it. Okay, that's PH 13.9 you're releasing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
And then I'll release CC 19.4. It's the Ombudsman Toronto 2023 Annual Report.
Okay. I can't hear you, Councillor
Oh, I'm
Fletcher.
sorry. CC 19.4. Well, we've done the whole item. It's PH 13.9. A void or a vote? Okay.
Holiday, you would like a recorded vote on the planning and housing item?
It's hard to
Okay,
hear you even speaking there, Councillor.
okay, let's have a recorded vote on the PH item. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, are you able to vote using the system?
Root's not in favor. I'm not connected to the voting tablet yet, so I'm trying to.
Counselor, I'll call you in a moment. Thank you.
Sure.
Counselor Burnside, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Counselor Perruzza, in favor. The item is adopted. The vote is 20-1.
Can I ask the clerk why I can't see who's on the screen? Because I have no idea who's virtual. Yeah, I don't see any. Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, your next quick item is?
Quicker than the last one, Speaker. CC 19.4, Ombudsman Toronto 2023 Annual Report. I can release that with great thanks to our Ombudsman for his work.
C 19.4, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor? Show of hands, carried.
And then, Speaker, I know I'm going to do a Pasternak. This afternoon, after members' motions, CC point 19.5, appointment of public members to Toronto Hydro Board of Directors. I think I'll be able to do that on a quick release because I've worked with clerks before this afternoon. So we can take that off the time site. Pardon?
Yeah, she's removing the timed item. Yeah. So you're removing it on the timed item, right? Okay, all right, okay. All right. Are there any further changes to today's order paper? No. All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. TE 14.11.9 Ben Lomond Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. The interim chief planner and executive director city planning has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. Members, we will now go to the first timed item, which is IE 14.3 and IE 14.4. So that's the cycling network plan. Okay, so we're dealing with both items. So if we can clear the screen, does anybody have any questions?
Members, just stand by before you add yourself to the list. All right, Madam Speaker, the list is open.
Councillor Ainsley, questions? Ainsley, where are you?
He's online.
You're online? Questions? Councillor Ainsley? Okay, we're having a problem. Councillor Ainsley, do you have your microphone turned on?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Okay, now you can start. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my first question was to staff around cycling, parking or infrastructure as we're trying to get more routes in place. And for example, the Meadowway in Scarborough on the Gatineau Hydro Corridor, I get a lot of requests around infrastructure where people can actually park their bikes. And I'm wondering how that ties into this plan and what the goal is.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the Speaker, while this plan is a network plan, and is about the routes, the bikeways across the city, it doesn't specifically have targets related to bike parking. We do work closely with our colleagues in street furniture as well as our own bike corral contracts to outlay more parking throughout the city, and we do that as part of the expansion of the networks that are described in this report.
So I guess I'm trying to understand the tie-in, or you said there is no connection as we're trying to get more people riding their bikes, and we talk about connected communities, but as I said, people keep asking for more infrastructure around bike parking, and how do we resolve that conflict or disconnect?
Thanks for the question. So apologies for the confusion. I didn't mean that they weren't connected. We certainly, as part of the design of the expansion of bikeways articulated in this report, we accommodate new bike parking as part of those projects. So if you're hearing about particular locations, please do share those with us. And we hear that through the public consultation on projects and a design for bike parking to be included as part of route expansion as part of our complete street process.
Okay, and is there a connected goal saying we're going to build, 300 kilometers of bike lanes and we need X number of, ring and post in these areas? We need to reach out to Bike Share TO to see what they're doing. Like, how do we accomplish that?
We don't have a particular target for number of bike parking spaces, but annually when we report on the cycling network plan expansion, we do report on the number of new bike parking spaces that are built throughout the city, and we certainly work very closely with the TPA on the bike share system expansion so that the routes that we build are supported by the bike share system.
Okay, I'm sorry, just my last question, but shouldn't we have targets for bike parking? Why don't we have targets?
We can take that back as a future metric to accommodate in the cycling network plan update in the future. We just haven't had a particular target. Our targets are primarily about the transform to modal shift, they're about road safety, and they are about the proximity of routes to people's homes and workplaces. So very broad targets, not specific numbers of bike parking spaces. That's part of our design practice.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Just wanted to, because that's
Councillor
where they haven't
Pasternak.
secured enough setbacks. Okay.
Right.
Councillor Pasternak.
Great, thank you very much. Through you to staff, just for clarity's sake, Keel Street from Steeles to Finch, those aren't on-road separated bike lanes. Those are off-road in the public right-of-way.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, correct. Preliminary review of that future route has either a two-way cycle track paired with a sidewalk or a multi-use trail in the boulevard with no impact to motor vehicle lanes for that particular segment.
So we seem to stop at, well, I guess we naturally stop at Steeles, but we also stop going southbound at Finch. I would have thought we'd go to Shepherd and link it up with Downsview Park, or are we stopping at Finch to link it up with Chesswood?
The timing of the project is linked with roadwork, and we will look to keep that connection going south.
South from Finch to Shepherd?
Correct.
And then over to, I mean, the natural track is through Downsview Park.
Linkages to Downsview Park are really important for the growth of that
Okay.
area, for sure.
All right, thank you for that clarification. The other part is Shepherd Avenue. I noticed there's dotted lines across Shepherd Avenue for, I think it's very early, it's study. Shepherd from Bathurst to Dufferin? Sorry, from Bathurst to Keele. On one of the appendices, there's dotted lines on Shepherd Avenue West.
So a dotted line would indicate a study and a review. Generally those, I don't have it at the top of my head, but generally those are because there's road work in the overall program in the future year beyond the 2025 to 2027 timeframe. So during 25 to 27, we want to take a look at what opportunities are and do some initial design work for that.
So is it too early? Would those also be off-road in the public right-of-way, or?
I would think it would be too early to say, but that would be the goal, because it's consistent with the design of many of the routes in that part of the city, okay, and the wider boulevards that are in that are the condition that we have to work with.
Okay, and public consultation. When something's ready to present to the public, we'll be having meetings.
Yes, so I just want to emphasize for all councillors that this is a plan-level document. It's to really give staff the certainty about the projects that are council endorsed to work on in the next 3 years. But each project, once we go through a design process, we would meet with the councillor to confirm the appropriate consultation strategy for that community given the nature of the project, and then undertake that consultation, seek feedback from the community, and then each project would be coming forward to Infrastructure and Environment Committee for approval before implementation. So this is the sort of steps that we take to make sure that we've had a consultative process and that we've done the due diligence on the analysis that's required for these projects to happen.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, thank you. To staff, we've all received, and I've certainly received many, many emails from people saying, why can't we do more? Why can't we do it faster? Why can't we do more and why can't we do it faster?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. There are definitely a number of trade-offs that each of these projects involve, so many of them are complex and they do take time. In order for us to be in a position to achieve higher than what is being proposed within this report. That would only be possible for the 2028 to 2030 timeframe. We would need higher budgets and more staff in order to ensure that we could deliver projects that have high quality design and durable materials, and really that meaningful community engagement piece that I was just referring to in the response to Councillor Pasternak. So we would require increased staff capacity and budgets in order to do more faster, but even then it couldn't be done overnight. It takes time to build that up, and we could consider the possibility of that in the 28 to 2030 timeframe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, question? I am next.
After him?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. For the projects slated for 2025 to 2027, do you have an idea as to when you will start the public consultations with the local councillors and the local community?
Some of those projects would have consultation starting in the fall, those that are earlier in the program. So we'll certainly be in touch with each
Fall
office.
2024?
Yes.
Okay.
Not all of them, but depending on the timing of installation that's possible and anticipated, some of that would begin this fall.
Thank you. And for the public consultations, can you just describe what you are hoping to achieve from those consultations?
Local knowledge about the bikeway routes proposed is really important part of our process. We seek to both inform about why this project was prioritized, what kind of links it makes in the network, as well as seek feedback on when there are design options possible to address trade-offs in what's proposed. So seeking feedback about a particular segment of a route or configuration at a key intersection. Public feedback is important on things like that. When there are routes on major commercial areas, feedback about where loading and deliveries is most important is also a very key part of our consultation process.
Thank you. And will the timing of the construction of these proposed bike lanes in any way be considered in conjunction with proposed development of local areas, or are they unrelated?
Proposed development is something that we keep in mind in terms of the capital coordination work that we do. That's both in terms of our own capital work or capital work by others like Metrolinx and private development. So sometimes that means we may need to wait until work is done in that area. Other times we can partner with the developer and they do a component and then we make a linkage.
So it's possible to move projects up in the priority if there is work that's already happening in terms of development proposals that are underway.
I would say that's one of the factors, in a sense, that's gone into the prioritization that you see before you within this report.
Thank you. And also, as part of the proposals for the bike lanes, will consideration be given to building bike lanes not just sort of on the roads, but in that space between the sidewalk and the roads, which is often, in Scarborough North, we have often a large space in between the roads and the sidewalk that's often underutilized. Will consideration be given to building the bike lanes there?
There are opportunities in many projects when there is a road reconstruction taking place to use that space that you're referring to, often referred to as the boulevard, which allows us to be able to make a protected, separated cycle track or multi-use trail outside of the curb-to-curb space in the roadway. It does mean that a road reconstruction needs to be underway to be able to undertake that kind of activity, and we need to be careful of the impact on trees and utilities, but it is something that we consider as part of our routes, particularly in a more suburban context.
So is the only way to get the bike lanes constructed on the boulevard is if there is road reconstruction? Because I have a lot of wide boulevards in my area, and looking at the map, I can envision this being a lot easier if I'm not taking away space from the sidewalk and or the road and just using the boulevard, which is like quite wide and pretty empty.
Depending on the nature of the design, there are some times when we can build a multi-use trail within the boulevard without major utility conflicts or hydropole moves or with some minor civil work at intersections to allow crossings, but we'll look at that on a project-by-project basis on whether a boulevard project is possible without reconstruction of a road.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. So in this report, in this plan, You have a report that for Maple Leaf and Rustic that you're proposing, doing the design for that area. So my question to you is, do we not speak to other departments when we decide we're going to put bike lanes? For example, in that area, we're doing a traffic study. We have been doing that for the last 2 years. It hasn't been completed yet. So why would we put bike lanes where we haven't even completed a study in the area that started up actually 4 years ago?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Nunziata. We are anticipating the potential for bike lanes in that area subject to the outcome of the Maple Leaf Rustic Neighborhood Streets Plan. So we would not proceed with any cycling route delivery until that plan is complete. And we are working very closely between the Area Transportation Planning Team, the Cycling Capital Program Team, and the Cycling Delivery Team. Managers of all three units are sitting here hand in hand working together on that plan. The sequence would be key. So I confirm we will not proceed with Maple Leaf and Rustic bike routes.
Okay, but then it
until
would
the
be
neighborhood
appropriate
streets
for
plan.
me to put a motion through, because what's happening is that we're putting them in and there's been no consultation, and we're just moving ahead with these projects. For example, why would we put bike lanes in an area where there's going to be road reconstruction? Shouldn't we communicate and do it all at the same time, then do it in piecemeal?
We aim to...
For example, what we did on Lawrence, we just dug up all of Lawrence, and the road has to be repaved, and we're putting bike lanes in. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
So two points on there. In terms of Maple Leaf and Rustic, we're fully coordinated and would not proceed with any bike routes until the Neighborhood Streets Plan is done. But we anticipate the Neighborhood Streets Plan will be done later this year into early next. And we would, so that's why this is a 3-year plan to identify work plan capacity to deliver any routes that are the outcome of that plan. In terms of Lawrence, I'm very familiar with that situation. Water work was a high priority need, and we considered the ability to coordinate and weren't able to have those two components done at the same time because the length of the water work was shorter and the length of the road work needed was a much longer segment. So unfortunately in that situation, we couldn't get them to be aligned, but that is our goal.
Yeah, but that's frustrating to people that live in the area.
Agreed.
I mean, they look at the city, what are we doing? We're digging up the road 2 or 3 times. We have to coordinate these projects. Now, when you say you have consultation meetings, if you have consultation meetings and you get people in the community that are saying they don't support the bike lanes, they're opposed to it. So what do? Do we just put them in? Or are we actually consulting with the residents if they want it or not? Or are we just implementing these bike lanes without having the community consent to it?
Community feedback is a very important part of our work, particularly related to the design options that are available. Ultimately, the decision on whether to install a route is council's decision, and so when we report to council through committee, we relay the feedback that we heard through engagement, that there were concerns about particular issues and how we attempted to mitigate those concerns, but we try and emphasize in the community consultation that the meeting or the information about the project is not a vote about the project. It's up to council to vote on the nature of what's delivered.
So if you get a number of people, when you do your consultation in the community that doesn't want them, then when your report comes to committee, you would recommend not to put them in, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends
on... That's my point. So we're really not consulting.
We do need to take feedback from both the engagement as well as the technical analysis and the network links that we make, and I think Barbara wanted to intervene.
So through the speaker, Councillor Nunziata, I think it's important to recognize that the cycling network, like the road network, is a network, and it connects through neighborhoods, which is why it's so very important for us to do deep public engagement. And we've heard here today about how we can expedite. Part of expediting should not be cutting out that public engagement, but it doesn't always mean that the end product is going to be completely reflective of what everyone in the neighborhood wants, because it is a network and it does serve the broader city. So we try to balance that as best we can and try to mitigate the impacts as best we can. And that's why we also stay sort of engaged in that project for a couple of years after installation, because there's often changes that we need to make that the neighborhood wants to see to make it operate better. So it is tricky. It is definitely a change agenda, especially as we move into some of the more suburban scale areas of the city.
But that's not what happened on Eglinton Avenue, where I had to move a motion to defer it because we didn't consult. So thank you.
Thank you. It is now Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam
You
Chair.
have 5 minutes.
I'm just wondering, what measures does the city take to fostering biking lifestyle choices for people, especially outside the downtown core? We do have a lot more folks who are car dependent, and we put a lot of investment on the hardware of building bike lanes, but I think we need to consider what investments need to be made to encourage people to try biking on our roadways.
Through the speaker to Councillor Chang, we certainly work with so there's a fair amount of enthusiasm, I would say, in the city, all over the city. There's lots, maybe in places that haven't necessarily seen strong biking culture in the past. As the city densifies and grows, and there's sort of we have a more connected network. People are more likely to try cycling. We also saw a lot of people moving to two wheels during COVID, and so trying to meet that demand. We also work pretty closely and connect closely with community groups who are interested in cycling. We try to support them. We work, Cycle Toronto also does a lot of work to support community groups that are interested in building that cycling culture. The other real benefit, I think, that we see is the expansion of TPA's bike share system, which makes a bike available to people throughout the city, or they're moving to expand their offerings throughout the city. And we see that when that infrastructure is available, proximate to where we build bike lanes, people are more likely to try it, and then we have more people who are interested in learning more and reaching out to those community connections.
So, especially in, let's call it, inner burb implementations of bike lanes, we see a lot of fear, anger. I know my colleague, Deputy Mayor Morley, has really had to have an uphill battle, myself, with Reimagine Young. And I guess, are there investments that can be made to further socialize cycling for areas that have not traditionally been bike dependent, and further don't have the community groups that are already organized, because it's still a relatively new thing?
I think that the opportunity to kind of socialize the why is about when we do engagement on projects. We seek opportunities to work with communities to provide more information, and we can provide information on education about what's legal, what's not legal, what's safe. The engagement with schools that we do as part of the Active and Safe Routes to School programs, and working with the school boards on their travel to school education is one way to get into communities. But if there are other ways that the councillors' offices want to engage with us about the sort of more cultural side of this work, then we're happy to. But our focus has really been about safe infrastructure, because it's challenging to promote an activity if people don't feel safe to do it in the infrastructure that's around.
I think it's important to invest in helping to invite people, and the experience of it is as important as the rationale. So I will be exploring that further with you. But another question I had was around the road widths. So we know we're a city that's consistently being expanded across the entire city, but there's like a competing interest that often occurs because we are losing lanes, and there are opportunities to widen roadways. And since we know that we are expanding cycling infrastructure across the entire city, is there an opportunity from an official plan or secondary plan level where we try to get just wider, I guess, right-of-ways, so that we can have the wide pedestrian paths, the wide bike lanes, and not totally sacrifice cars in the process? And I ask this as somebody who recently did go to Japan, where they have, in a very old city with more people than Toronto, have very wide sidewalks and bike lanes and roadways. So they haven't, somehow they've been able to do all of it without sacrificing. And could we approach it from an official plan or secondary plan where we're intentionally, because I know Councillor Pasternak has an area on Shepherd where I see new development that's so close to the sidewalk that we already lost that opportunity.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. We do work very closely with city planning when they undertake secondary plan exercises, and often there are opportunities to identify wider right-of-way, or in many cases there is wider right-of-way in the official plan per a secondary plan recommendation that has not yet been realized because the property hasn't yet been redeveloped. So when there are opportunities to achieve wider right-of-ways, that vision is there, and it's endorsed by council through those previous plans. And when we have new communities being built within our city, like Downsview and like in the Portlands, the right-of-ways that are being planned as part of those neighborhoods within the city are being built to accommodate all of the options to ensure that we have active transportation and priority for transit for today's standards for roadway design.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis, did you have questions? Your name was on it, then it came off.
Madam Speaker, my name was on the list, but the questions that my colleagues had were similar, so my questions were answered.
Thank
by
you.
Kathleen and Barbara.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. The debate with respect to cycling, whether or not we have bicycle lanes and not bicycle lanes and so on, is that debate over?
Through the Speaker.
Like that question, eh?
Is it over in terms, will we not have it anymore? Is that what you mean?
That's a good one, Barbara. No, it perhaps was an unfair question I asked, but thank you for the answer anyway. So I elicited what I needed. A more serious question, though. The areas in the suburban areas of the city, we have large hydro corridor areas that they go both east, west, north, south, and so on. I'm wondering whether or not we are considering, as part of our plan with respect to the network, to utilize the hydro corridors.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the Speaker, yes, indeed. And the major citywide routes in the cycling network plan, as well as some of the other routes that aren't part of the major citywide, do involve hydro corridor trails. In this plan for the 2025 to 27 term, there are Etobicoke Greenway and North Etobicoke hydro corridor trails. The Warden hydro corridor trail is included. Those are key links that can be made without being alongside roadways. They do involve some design at roadway crossings, and they involve some fairly complex legal agreements with the with Hydro Ones of the world, but they are part of our plan, and we move forward on them because they're great spaces, green spaces for people to make connections.
Thank you. Recognizing the legal challenges that you specified, but there's also some financial concerns and consideration as it relates to the relationship, whether or not it's to the ORC as part of the negotiation. And is this built into the budget?
Yes, that's built into the budget.
All right. So let me just turn to a local issue now, Brimley Road. Famous Brimley Road, you're quite familiar with that. There were plans to do major renovation of the roadway. Was that correct? That was supposed to be done this year or early next year?
That's correct, Councillor. I believe it was in the 25 capital
Right.
plan, and it's currently being deferred out because
Can you state for the public record as to why it's being deferred out? Now, I know we have some challenges with respect to Kennedy Road, the bus lanes that we put in, Midland similarly, and a portion of Ellesmere. I'm just wondering, for the public record, I wonder if you could maybe just state what the challenges has been and what the rationale for the decision as to not proceed with respect to the road work on Brimley.
Thanks. Happy to provide that clarification for the public. At first, there were some coordination-related delays, but currently the Scarborough subway extension timing and their jurisdiction over lands around the construction of that will delay work on Brimley Road.
Right. Where there is a bus lane, is there an automatic entitlement as to a bike lane associated with that as well?
I wouldn't say it's automatic, Councillor. There is an opportunity to designate a bus lane to also be available for people cycling, and we often do that. I will note that it's not always a comfortable environment for people to cycle in if they're not experienced.
So I asked that question because as we have added the bus lanes on Kennedy and Brimley and a portion of Ellesmere, the assumption is that they're automatically bike lanes, but it's not clear that they are. What clarity is needed to confirm that they are bike lanes and can be utilized for that? And if that clarity is not there, what is the action that you're going to take in order to put that clarity in place so as to ensure that that infrastructure for utilization is available to those who wish to use the area for those purposes?
So when bikes are allowed in bus lanes, it's bylawed and then it's signed, as with Diamond Lane and the allowed vehicles being bikes and buses. I'd have to check if those particular routes are bylawed and signed for bikes and buses, but we will do so. So that is the way they're signed. It's a posted sign along the roadway and in some cases in the pavement markings as well.
So I'd really appreciate it if you would follow up with me perhaps before the end of this meeting, because there is some issues in the community as to whether or not they are bike lanes in conjunction with bus lanes, and as you just described in terms of the diamond aspects, in terms of laneway marking and so on. So I just wondered if you could provide that information. It would be really important to make sure that we have clarity for the community.
Happy to provide that as soon as possible.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. To Jacqueline and the team, in this package here, there's a small project on Mill Road out in Etobicoke Centre. Am I right? It's about 1 kilometer of lanes. It doesn't require the taking of any lanes. It looks on paper to be relatively non-controversial. Is that a fair summation of it?
Yep, through the Speaker, thank you. I would say that we received quite a lot of public feedback and great engagement, but that overall there's no motor vehicle impacts on the project.
Fundamentally, on paper, it looks to be a rather simple one. Now, can you tell Council, unvarnished, how did the feedback go from the public on it?
Thank you. So there's a summary of the consultation, both online and in the report. I would say that generally there were concerns, particularly about parking and loading, and general concerns about investment in bikeways, but there was also an understanding within the community that there was no motor vehicle lane impacts.
Right, so just from an experience perspective, something that appeared non-controversial on paper ended up being a little bit controversial in the community, surprisingly. Is that a fair summation?
Through the Speaker, thank you, Councillor Holiday. I don't think that's surprising, actually, because I think that implementation of complete streets in the city is a change agenda motivated by Transform TO and our ability to meet our climate action goals, as well as a number of other goals around connectivity and mobility. And I think there are always going to be mixed opinions about that.
Okay. A little bit more generally, what we've got before us today, there's two parts to it. We're considering two items at once. One of them is it's about a 3-year cycle of work. And this informs staff of all the things to work on over the next little while. And then there's also a package of implementation which speaks to the previous tranche of work. Is that a fair description?
Yes, through the Speaker, that is a fair description.
So Council now is looking at the next 3-year plan, and we've got this big list before, maps, all sorts of things, and this is a really big city. How is it possible for Council to understand the nuances of these projects, right? So which ones would be more controversial, which ones would be less controversial? How do we gauge that? How do we figure out? So, and what I'm getting at is that we don't send you on a wild goose chase to waste your time on something.
I appreciate that. So we do a fair amount of technical analysis to build that list, and we also do work in the community to get initial engagement around the projects that are in that 3-year plan. And the reason why we come back on the implementation is because we know, and Jacqueline has spoken about this many times, the importance of doing specific community consultation around corridors, because the impacts to people in communities are going to be different than those folks who are going to be moving through the corridor. So we do both of those things, and that's why we come back with what we have before you today, the second plan, the third corridor plan.
Yep.
So that we can report on that and talk about the specific design before we go out for bid and implementation.
Is it possible to get, it's too late for this time, but next time, is it possible to get a deeper understanding of that technical work so that councillors, if I'm in Etobicoke, I can kind of figure out certain projects in Scarborough are likely to take lanes or are likely on a really busy street? And while you answer that, I'll just add to the question, is it possible to look at I'm going to say the governance or the procedure that we do this type of planning, approvals, endorsements more at a community council level so that people in the Etobicoke, York Community Council area could trust the people in the Scarborough Community Council area or the North York Community Council area, kind of get into those nuts and bolts within their area and not leave it to a citywide council discussion. Is it possible to do this differently?
Within the council procedures bylaw, cycling infrastructure designations are to be dealt with by Infrastructure and Environment Committee and Council, so that would require a change to the council procedures bylaw. In terms of engaging about the process and the technical review and prioritization, prior to having the cycling network plan update before you come today, we had 2 rounds of engagement with councillors, both in sessions where multiple councillors and their offices came, as well as offered individual briefings to go through the nuts and bolts, either about their particular ward, the process, or any projects within the plan. And so we always will continue to make ourselves available to go through those details with any councillor that wishes to do so.
Thank you. Okay, we'll turn it over. Are there any further questions? We'll turn it over to speakers. Councillor McKelvey. Oh, you want to be last? Councillor Morley.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I do have a motion. There's just a quick update that's taking place from the clerks. I can speak for, it's not ready yet. So I'll take my name and put it back afterwards, if that's okay. Thank you. The clerks are just finalizing some of the language. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted to thank staff for this report and their commitment to public consultation and making sure that they understand circumstances on the ground and the ability to understand that there are opposing views to bike lanes. Now, when I first ran in 2010, if you mentioned bike lanes on the campaign trail, you would lose. And what I found over all these years is if you do off-road bike lanes, trails on the public right-of-way, and respect traffic flow, you can usually get things done. And that's exactly what we've done on a number of streets in Ward 10. No one is forcing anyone to take a bike to work or to do grocery shopping. No one is suggesting that at all. I drive a car, I ride my bike within the ward, and many people want those options as well. A bike lane does a few things. First of all, it supports micromobility, it supports the ability to get around, it promotes good choices as far as good health is concerned. It's a very economic way of getting around, but it also keeps bikes off the sidewalk. When there are protected bike lanes or designated bike lanes, it is an incentive for those to get off the sidewalk, where we get enormous volume of complaints, and get them onto a protected lane in the roadway. In what we're facing in this report, what we're dealing with in this report is Keel Street from Steeles to Finch and potentially across Shepherd. In both those situations, in questions for staff, we were assured that these would be off-road cycle tracks, they would be in the public right-of-way, and that there'd be community consultation. And that's the way to get things done when it comes to the cycling file. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Pardon? Oh, Councillor Chang to speak. Oh, you just sent the motion too? Is anybody ready to speak? Because I like to speak as well, but my motion's not ready. Councillor Myers, are you ready to speak? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I just want to thank staff for this report. I see a lot of exciting things happening in my community of Scarborough North, particularly along Alton Towers and Sandhurst Circles. One of the #1 complaints I get as a city councillor and as also chair of the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee from seniors and people with disabilities are bikes on the sidewalks. And they always say, you know, the sidewalks are for walking. It's in the name. And they are afraid of getting hit. And, you know, it's somewhat ironic because most of the cyclists on the sidewalks are actually seniors as well, because they're afraid of getting hit. So I think it's really important that we, you know, find a way, particularly in the suburbs, and we have this capacity to build on the boulevards, in the boulevards, off ramps, that we don't have to get into this debate between taking away space from drivers or anything. We're just creating options. Options for people to go about their daily business, options for people to get to the TTC without having to wait for a bus if they want to get to the subway or even get to the GO Transit. Just we're creating options, mobility options for people to get around in their community that are safe and affordable and create good climate resilient communities. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, do you have your motion? Yes, Councillor Holyday.
I think, Speaker, this item has moved so quickly that a lot of the technical motions are not ready, and I just wondered if maybe it's prudent to stand it down.
Agreed, because I also have an amendment too that's not.
You know, the clerks are wonderful and skilled people, but
so let's hold this item down, and we'll get back to it once everyone has their motions prepared. Thank you. All right. Huh?
Did you write the motion or did you want us to write?
Yeah, I want to defer, defer the Maple Leaf and Rustic until the traffic study is complete. I want to take it off the list until this is complete. Okay. All right. All right, members, are we ready then? We're just going to proceed to the next item, which would be the Etobicoke EY 14.1 Jane Finch Secondary Plan, and as well is the deferred item EC 10.1 Jane Finch Community Development 2024-2034 Plan. So we'll go back to that. So, yeah, so we're just going to clear the screen and if there's any questions to staff on the item. We'll give it a few minutes. Yeah. I know we're going a little fast. Okay. Councillor Pasternak. Questions to staff. We'll start off with questions to staff. Councillor Pasternak, you have questions to staff? Okay, just one moment then. Councillor Pasternak, questions to staff.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, staff, for your wonderful work on this project. We all know that Jane Finch is not in my ward, but of course the study area does go into the wonderful communities of York Centre.
Jane Finch is wonderful.
And Jane Finch is also wonderful. So when I look at this plan, it's technically unfunded, and we're looking at the budgetary process of 2025 to get things going.
Through the chair, in terms of funding for the, if you're referring to the community development plan, we are working with community partners, foundations, including the United Way, to collaborate in terms of resource to invest in the actions that are happening. We will develop a community impact table, and that table will not only feature the partnerships with the United Way, but we'll also be investing in terms of actions that are already focused on Jane Finch and the action plan, the community development plan.
So does this overlay with the poverty reduction strategy?
Yes, so the community development plan is aligned with the poverty reduction strategy and is also in line with other equity strategies, including the action plan to confront anti-Black racism and the reconciliation action plan.
So when it comes to the poverty reduction strategy, is that still fully funded? And those funds overlay the work here, don't they?
Thank you for the question. So as you can recall, Councillor, the poverty reduction strategy is a 20-year plan. And so each budget year, staff bring forward items to advance the strategy for consideration along with the city's other priorities. So I would say that there are some long-term commitments already made in the poverty reduction plan, but annually we bring forward items that would require council's consideration for budget commitments.
So this, much of this document is centered around the opening of the Finch West LRT. I guess there's an assumption, and rightly so, that it'll bring increased development with, of course, the development charges and the community benefits charge that comes with it, which then goes into community assets. It gets invested back into the community.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. We anticipate increased development interest as a result of the LRT, and that allows us to leverage some benefits that are spelled out in the community development plan as well.
Is there any indication that development applications are already coming in along the route, or?
Through the Speaker, yes, they are.
They are. Now, maybe I missed it, but I don't see a regime for reporting back. I think the poverty reduction strategy had an annual, but it seems to have stopped in 2018. Is there a reporting back strategy to track progress?
Yes, there not only will be a report back, and that will be the CDP is developed for a 5-year increment. There'll also be a monitoring and evaluation mechanism that's developed to track and have yearly report backs to community.
So when will you'll be submitting will this be a new line item in the 2025 budgetary process, or we're going to leveraging existing buckets of funding?
So recognizing the challenge that the city has financially, where possible, we're trying to leverage existing resources to begin the work. And as my colleague noted, we are working with multiple external partners to also align their resources to advance things within the CDP. And so where there are gaps in those strategies, yes, we will come forward with asks in particular budget years.
Okay. And I didn't see a lot of reference to urban farming, or which
So we have engaged partners all across the Jane Finch area, including the Black Creek Farm and other organizations. And there will be investments based on the priorities, and one of the priorities is access to healthy foods, as well as environment and climate, and does speak to actions that will focus on food access, and that includes farming.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so I don't know if members of council know where we are in the agenda, because I don't see any, Councilor Bravo, would you like to ask questions? No questions? Okay, so we're dealing with both items at the same time. Okay, do we have speakers? Okay, Councilor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I am moving a motion that'll be displayed momentarily that is for an adoption of the report from the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration and General Manager of Economic Development and Culture. I'll let the local councillors speak to the merits, and certainly Councillor Pasternak had some very important questions about what is included in terms of the community economic development pieces that are going to make life better for people in this particular community, Jane and Finch. Once again, I think we're moving toward this place where we're making decisions around land use in very close relationship with how we regard the economic development opportunities of people in the affected areas. And this is a good development for the City of Toronto. It's a good development for neighborhoods. And it's an indication that we understand that as a city, we have the tools and the resources to enable people to have better lives and livelihoods where they are. So I want to thank staff for all the work, and I'll leave it to the local councillors to speak more specifically about the particulars of what they understand from their own vantage point as representing this area. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Peru to speak.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, I just really would like to vote on the two matters separately. I want to support the economic development plan, but I have some difficulty with the exorbitant heights in the secondary plan. So I just simply would ask you to hold those two votes separate, if I can.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Are you going to speak?
And I'd like to request a recorded vote on both. Thanks.
Yeah, I know, but are you speaking on the item now? No?
Yeah, speaking on the item.
Okay,
Same
go
vote.
ahead.
No, I get it. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, I don't understand, Councillor Peruzza. Did you want to speak on the item? We got your message, but it's hard when you're driving.
I just spoke, Madam Speaker. I'm good. I finished speaking.
You're good, so you don't want to speak. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to thank city staff for their wonderful work on this project. The community development plan and the secondary plan, these are crucial documents that are essential roadmaps in bringing a shared prosperity and dignity and services and programs to areas that need it. And with this framework, I think as long as it's funded, and funds are tight, it's going to be tricky, but as long as it's properly funded, I think it can have great success in the local community. Of course, there's a whole bunch of things that have to be dealt with as this plan goes forward. Certainly, when it comes to school capacity issues that are out of our hands and into the Ministry of Education, the finishing and the operating of the Finch West LRT, once again, out of our hands. But from what I hear, that is very close to operational. And of course, the development along this route, making sure that we approve good files, good development, but at an extent that brings enough development charges and, of course, the community benefits charge to fund many of the aspirational goals in this plan. I think when it comes to Jane Finch, it is an area that has great potential because as someone who was the founding trustee for the Afrocentric Alternative School, who's been working at a community center just outside the study area at Shepherd and Keele, and worked with many of the local elected officials and, of course, members of the community. These are crucial things that make a community thrive. So reporting back on this, progress reports, is very essential to make sure we're on track. The overlay with the poverty reduction strategy is crucial. And, of course, looking at the other levels of government and making sure that they contribute their fair share, particularly when it comes to infrastructure and also when it comes to daycare. These are also crucial assets that we need, and we have to look to the other federal government, the other levels of government, to be good partners. So in summary, I just wanted to thank the local councillor, Councillor Perusa. I know his office put an enormous amount of work on it, Councillor Bravo, for holding the item and moving the motion to adopt. And of course, it will get my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have a recorded vote and vote on it separately. So we'll vote on. Okay, a motion by Councillor Bravo on EC 10.1. We'll put it on the screen. Okay. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item as amended, recorded.
Madam Chair, I asked you, Madam Chair Perusa, I'd asked for recorded votes.
Yeah, we
on
are.
both.
We're doing a
That's why I wanted
recorded.
them
We're
separate.
doing a recorded vote now. Recorded vote.
Thanks. On everything, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Item EC 10.1, as amended, is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Now on EY 14.1, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Bradford. Item EY 14.1 carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay. Are we ready to go back to the cycling? Everybody has their motions? We don't think so, no. No? Okay. Then we'll go to the next item. Councillor Fletcher, PH 8.5, the Ontario line. Oh, that's after members' motion, sorry. Councillor Cheng, are you ready for your DM 19.1, Yonge Street? You're not ready yet? Okay. Okay. Councillor Sachs, are you ready for EX 15.4? I guess I should look at it. All right, so where are we here? EC 13.8, Councillor Bravo, the encampment approach and strategy, are you ready? Just one sec. Councillor Bravo, you ready?
No, Speaker, we're holding it down for further conversations. Thank you.
You want to hold that down too? Are we going to get through this agenda today?
Very soon.
I don't know. So GG 13.6, innovative partnership. Councillor Fletcher, you ready for that one? Yes. Okay, let's do it. Okay.
Go ahead. I just have some questions. I know Councillor Perks has a motion on this. It wasn't at GG, and I don't know who's going to answer those questions. Right over there. Mr. Jollymore, DCM. So this is a proposal to advance. I guess my concern is that we're approving an extension on a contract, correct? You're asking us to approve an extension?
So through you, Madam Speaker, no. This item is coming as an information report.
Oh, that you have done that.
We have exercised, so in June of 2021, City Council directed staff to enter into a contract with Payet for a 3-year term, 2 optional 1-year
extensions.
Terms at the discretion of the Chief Technology Officer.
And the Chief Technology Officer's discretion is to advance both terms or to advance one? So, using your discretion, which one?
As of right now, we've exercised the first optional year.
You've exercised the first optional year. And
Correct.
You are also aware that the Auditor General, I believe in her work plan, was very clear that she is doing an audit of the process that led to the selection of, I can't remember the name because it wasn't the Payet group. What was the name of the group?
We are under contract with Payet.
That's the name that they branded, but it was a different group that made that answered the RFP.
I don't recall, Councillor, but I do believe it was Payet. But a Canadian entity of Payet, which is an American company.
So just to be clear, the Canadian entity of Payet was set up in order to bid on this RFP or come in and get what was, first of all, going to be a sole source contract. I'm just trying to remember the facts before we, correct?
So, Councillor,
it was a,
through you, Madam Speaker, I believe that Payet set up a Canadian entity to drive business development in the Canadian market.
And how long had they been set up before they got this award? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have that information.
So you don't know the procurement information leading to this, with this report here today? Nobody understands the procurement information that led to this contract and then your extensions here.
So this company, through you, Madam Speaker, went through the normal process in terms of, vetting this company, as a viable entity that could conduct business with the city as normal course.
So just to be clear, they created a Canadian company a certain number of weeks prior to either the bid or winning. It was coming to the city and meeting with city officials on a sole source basis, as I remember. Tell me when I'm wrong. City Council then said, what's this sole source? Send it out for a Swiss challenge. It went to a Swiss challenge, and nobody made it past the first test on the RFP, as I recall. Have I missed anything?
So, Madam Speaker, this is exactly the subject of the audit by the Auditor General's office, which we are supporting.
You're supporting that? And
correct.
That the RFP, she'll be looking at that RFP and what information was presented to council. So you understand why at this point, since it does seem to be a bit odd the way this rolled out, that want to know all the details around any extensions and what your ability is at a certain point to say we're not extending for a second year. What is your ability there, Mr. Jollymore?
So in terms of the contract, the city at its sole discretion can terminate the contract with notice, with 30 days notice. What I would say, Madam Speaker, is that we await, and again, we're working in collaboration with the Auditor General and her team, we await the output of that audit and her recommendations, but in the meantime, staff have decided to exercise the one optional year as not to have a significant disruption to those members of the public that are engaging the city through this portal.
I did send you a letter, I believe, that we got from actually somebody in your ward, Councillor Holiday, I think, saying how difficult it was. She's given up. She couldn't make it through the portal. Did I send that to you?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we are aware of that. We did have a few cases of a mismatch in the pre-authorized payment amounts, which caused the payment to fail. And that we had that occur, I believe, 374 times of 26,000 pre-authorized payment transactions, which represents about 1.4%. So yes, we did experience some problems, and we dealt with those with the members of the public.
Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Yeah, I have questions in a couple of areas. First, I just want to complete the fact-finding that Councillor Fletcher was doing about the process. This came to the city as an unsolicited project through the partnership office. We never went out and asked anybody if we wanted this service, correct?
I believe that's the way that that this company did approach the city, through the partnership office.
Well, there was also there's also direct lobbying of city officials and elected officials and their staff that took place prior to any report showing up on the floor of council, correct?
I'm not aware of that, Councillor.
Okay, well, maybe the auditor will dig into that a bit. One of the discussions that we had during the debates on this issue was the ability of the city to go from this vendor to another vendor. Was the software written in a way that we owned pieces of it, the necessary pieces to get us out? That was all discussed on the floor of council prior to, and we were assured that we were buying a product that we could easily replace with another product without losing internal functionality and having to start all over again, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
We have two components that are city proprietary data. So we've got our data, plus we've got our billing, which we do own. So we are able to switch providers.
Right, and also we were assured that the software architecture of their product would not lock us into a circumstance where it would become difficult and take a long time to go to another vendor. We were assured of that.
Through the chair, that's correct, and that remains true.
Okay. I appreciate, and although I believe I voted against it, that it was delegated to staff to be able to extend years. There are 2 option years on the contract, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And effectively, it is now too late for us to avoid the first option year. We're certain of that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If I move a motion asking you to come back with more information on how the procurement and review of technology is going, is it conceivable that council could decide we don't want to extend for the second option year?
Through the chair, we can absolutely bring back what the process is that we're using. That is part of the consideration. The other piece of the consideration is just the migration of our current customers to the platform. So we can bring all of that back so you can fully understand and appreciate what the effort would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you. Is staff aware of if other municipalities of the provincial federal government use third-party payment systems?
Through the chair, yes. The team has been meeting with, has been doing a jurisdictional scan. We've completed 5 of 6. So we are looking at what other municipalities and other organizations are using, and primarily it is third party.
And through their procurement process, have they awarded sole source deals?
Through the chair, yes, as far as we're aware.
Okay. The concern a few residents have raised with me regarding the payment system and process is that they were charged late fees in addition, as I recall, to any additional increments that were city driven. So is the partnership or the deal that we have with Pay It provide them for them to charge their own late fees?
No, Councillor, through you, Madam Speaker, our platform would not charge late fees, or our provider would not charge late fees.
Okay, were there any issues to that extent shared with your office?
We are aware of issues in terms of pre-authorized payments and a mismatch in terms of the payment amount. And the amount didn't go through. They were unrelated to the platform themselves. It was on the city side.
Mm-hmm. The second concern that is raised with our office is residents trying to make the payment and not having it being processed, creating frustration and then potentially with some further late payments. Is your office aware of these, I guess, technical issues?
So yes, we are, through you, Madam Speaker, we are aware of this issue. It is the same issue, we believe, that members of the public did experience, not related to the platform, but on the city side.
What were the technical challenges from our side that created these processing difficulties?
Through the chair, the technical issue is directly related to pre-authorization where VHT did not process correctly, and it was for those 374 customers.
Mm-hmm. And what's the nature of the deal? Does the company get a certain percentage of payments?
So, there is a transaction fee, and that is the way that Pay It gets compensated for our use of their platform. In addition to that, there are processing fees that are passed on to the financial institution, and that varies depending on whether it's credit, debit, or electronic funds transfer.
roughly what is that transaction fee a resident is paying?
So it depends on the particular transaction, but it's a flat $1.75 for a parking ticket, $1.35 for property tax, $1.35 for utility, and for electronic funds transfer, it's $1, but that's covered by the city.
Around the dollar range. Last question. What is the challenge if we were to develop an in-house system?
Through the chair, so the consideration around in-house versus third party is there's been a lot of development in the space and the market. So when we did our market scan a few weeks ago, there's about 50 different providers, and we believe that we should consider those because of the product development and the investment that goes into ongoing sustainment and innovation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. So the digital payments system, or the overall process, is a front-facing window that members of the public interact with us. And I believe it's a high-stakes thing to make sure that our reputation is protected in the way that people see our digital payments. Can you describe to me the contract that we've got right now, and then the checkpoints in terms of any extensions or options to us, so I understand the continuity of time that people will see and feel one particular system?
Through the chair, if I understand the question correctly, I think you're looking at, you're asking about the experience
right.
That the public will see. So based on the contract, we can renew up to 2 years.
Yep.
I believe the first implementation was done late in 2022. So it's about 4 years of continuous experience.
Okay. So the adoption of this report, even though it's to receive for information, does that give you the authority to now move forward and get ready and get the next round of procurement and whoever the future provider is on board? That's the intention of this.
Through the chair, we've already started that process.
Right.
At the beginning of this year, anticipating that we do want to reevaluate our options.
Okay.
And we do already have the authority to renew up to the 2 years.
So Councillor Perks has pre-circulated a motion which is very prescriptive, and I appreciate. I think what he's trying to do is have council have 2 gates or checkpoints, and the first checkpoint is the first quarter of 2025 on a digital payment strategy and approach to competitively procure. So it's a very, very overarching look at how you're going to do this. Can you comply with that date and not risk any gaps in continuity with respect to the system that we've got in the customer experience?
Through the chair, yes, we can.
If council decides to change direction at that point, what is the risk?
Through the chair, if I understand the question correctly, well, I guess I'll ask for clarification on change of direction.
If at some point you're going to have developed, because you told me you're already working on it, at some point you're going to have developed a process, and then there's a checkpoint here with council, and if there's a significant change in how council instructs you to approach a digital payment strategy beyond what you've contemplated, are we too late? And we'll end up with a continuity break.
Through the chair, in order to go through the procurement process, we do need the 18 to 24 months, which is why we did start the process earlier this year. If there's a significant change in direction, I think we'd have to assess that at that time.
So what I'm getting at is, should I be concerned that we're not doing this checkpoint contemplated in motion 1A right now? Like, if we're going to discuss the strategy, we should be doing it 18 to 24 months before you go to market.
Through the chair, there is work happening in terms of understanding strategy and approach already. So there are public consultations that are planned. There are also engagement with council and councillors in terms of what the public might need. We're doing jurisdictional scans. We are looking to leverage our open, transparent procurement process. So I can't imagine that there would be a huge change in strategy, but it would definitely, if there was different direction, it would put us at risk.
Okay, any concerns with this motion?
Through the chair,
Okay.
no, we don't have any concerns with the motion. We're looking at it as an information and an update in terms of where we're at with our procurement process.
And the second part is a check-in prior to award of contract. I'm paraphrasing, I think, but the results of the procurement process. I think that's essentially taking the, you know, the end state, saying this is the final piece. So if council decides not to go forward, then all the risk is on us, right? Like, we're out of time. But that's still a check-in.
Through the chair, yes, the risk is on us, but we are, again, following our procurement process. So the outcome will be the recommendation in terms of who we move to next.
Were you going to do that anyways?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to speakers. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Would you like to speak? Councillor Fletcher? She's what? Oh, you don't want to speak? Okay. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. Members, for those of you who were not on council at the time of this procurement, it was extraordinarily controversial, and it drew a great deal of public attention and interest, particularly the way it came to us. Oh, I have a motion. Thank you.
Read your motion.
Yes, I am moving that City Council direct the Deputy City Manager, Corporate Services to report back to Council in the first quarter of 2025 on the digital payment strategy and approach to competitively procure a digital payment provider to the City of Toronto prior to launching the procurement, and B, report back to City Council on the results of the procurement process by the end of the second quarter of 2026 prior to awarding the contract. The effect of my motion is to bring transparency back to how we are procuring a digital payment system for the City of Toronto. The Auditor General, as the Deputy City Manager reported, has been tasked or has taken on the task of investigating how we got into this mess and why it is we wound up with a very important piece of technology coming to Council without Council even asking for it. That will be an interesting day when we have that debate. The purpose of my motion is simply to make sure that after we have that debate, we're in a position to take action sooner rather than later. One of the things that was decided by the previous administration was that we would delegate the authority for contract extensions to staff. What the purpose of my motion is if possible, to put it back in Council's hands to decide whether we want that second option year. Staff may or may not be able to make that timing. I know that they're working diligently. I also want to be clear that the staff working on this now are not the same staff who were working on it previously. And I have the utmost respect and confidence in the team now to do the very best to give Council its options, to make sure we're getting the best price, the best product, and also protecting the reputation of this Council in terms of its purchasing decisions. So I hope you'll support my motion.
Thank you. Okay. Let's put the motion on the screen. Okay, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Go back to the cycling? Not yet? Okay. All right, let's move on then to Councillor McKelvey, IE 14.8, impact of Bill 165.
Thank you. I have a small amendment, and then I think we can release it and vote on it.
You have an amendment?
Yep.
Okay, just a sec. Okay. Does the staff have Councillor McKelvey's amendment? This is impact of Bill 165, gas utility. Okay, we'll put it on the screen. Okay, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just cleaning up a bit of the language. In number 2, changing the report to come in the second quarter of 2025 instead of this year. And on the other one, just removing direction for the Director of Environment to work with AMO, as we're not a member, but they can continue to work with the Clean Air Partnership, and Clean Air Partnership can engage with AMO. So just two amendments.
Okay, it's on the screen by Councillor McKelvey. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Pardon? Okay. Recorded vote on the item as amended.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Mantis, please. Councillor Carroll, please. Yes. The item as amended is adopted 19-1.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, are you around? Councillor Pasternak? Councillor Fletcher, are you ready for planning and housing, PH 13.2? Okay, I'm asking members of council to come to the council chamber so we can go through our agenda. Because all these items are held down and councillors are not here. I know. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about other councillors. There are other councillors that we had to skip. Well, because you're here. Councillor Fletcher, PH 13.2, are you ready to deal with that one? Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Where's the staff?
Can we have staff come down? Okay, is staff ready? Here? Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask you some questions about the site, the size, et cetera, et cetera. There's been a lot of conversation about this and some very negative conversation that we can do much better and that there's too much, we haven't given enough space to housing. So I did have a motion asking for more information, and now you've sent it. But I'm really unclear about the percentage of what I'm going to call public realm and why that amount is actually required. What's going in there that is it in order to preserve the views of the water from any street that you're on? So everyone knows we're on an island. Is it got to do with the environmental infrastructure that might be there? What is the exact reason for that? Please don't tell me just because it looks good, because that's not a good enough reason.
Through the Speaker, the amount of area devoted to right-of-way space, Councillor, is 8.8 hectares out of a total of nearly 40 hectares. Go ahead. Sorry, out of a total of nearly 40 hectares on the island. That right-of-way space is allocated to movement for all modes of transportation, including transit, as well as for green infrastructure providing right-of-way.
Sorry, not my question. The planting is quite a bit on the multimodal streets. And I understand you've got transit line, you've got sidewalks, you've got bike lanes, you've got everything there, and then there's a large swath that's public realm. So whoever designed that public realm, what's in there that's necessary to have it that wide? I think everybody needs to hear clearly what it is.
The public realm has been designed through a series of environmental assessments that have been undertaken. Further detailed design work will follow. The area devoted to green infrastructure is approximately 34% of that right-of-way space. In addition to plantings, Councillor, that space allows for in right-of-way management of stormwater infrastructure. It is an infrastructure component.
What percentage?
34, Councillor.
No, what percentage is designed for the environmental infrastructure of that 34?
I'm afraid I can't disaggregate the 34% right-of-way space into the specific subcomponent for infrastructure. That will be further detailed design.
And the other question had to do with the silo and the silos. What's your plan for reuse of those silos? Because it's taking up quite a bit of space that could be housing. What is the plan?
Councillor, those are designated.
I understand they're designated, which I can undesignate, so what's the plan?
They are also designated for park space, Councillor. That can be the subject of further study at your direction.
No, I want to know what you're going to do with tiny little silos with no windows in that zone.
It may be incorporated into a public facility. It's currently identified as a catalytic use in the Portland's planning framework documents.
And what would the cost be? I mean, we have to be a little further down the road to say just that this is so important we can't let it go.
I'm afraid I don't have those numbers, Councillor. That would be part of the information that may be forthcoming through the business and implementation plan, which we are reporting on in the fall.
So in other words, what we have in front of us is no answers about the silos, but we're supposed to approve it. So I may ask to stand this down so I can ask for further exploration on the silos and a better understanding of the planting of the right-of-way and approve everything else, Speaker.
Okay, we'll go to the other councillors that have questions. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you to staff for helping address some of my concerns offline yesterday in council. But just to expand on some of the concerns I shared, I know we all received concerns from TIN and its their members in relation to any potential impact on their activities, and of course, as a result, on our economic impacts to our city. to staff, how might allowing public access to parts of the shipping channel impact industry's operations there?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, we work very closely with all of our tenants to ensure that their needs as tenants are met. We are adopting the Portland's planning framework, so there are elements of that dock wall that will form part of a waterfront promenade. But the area that is for use by tenants, they have access to that dock wall, and that dock wall is not publicly accessible. The publicly accessible elements of the dock wall are...
Sorry to interrupt, just mindful of time. Do we have a funding strategy for the restoration of the dock wall?
We are in discussion with the CFO to develop a long-term funding strategy. We've done an initial assessment, and we have undertaken the initial repair of the dock wall. That was the urgent repair, and the plan is that we need to repair the dock wall over the next 10 to 30 years, and we're assessing how best we can fund that.
Thank you. And is staff confident by having public access that the sensitivity of that won't impact operations?
Through the speaker,
port users?
Through the speaker, yes, staff are confident that the two uses can coexist.
Mm-hmm. And can staff speak to the nature of the consultation with port users and industry in regards to the incoming public access to lengths of the shipping channel?
Yes, through the speaker, extensive consultation has occurred throughout the 15-year process of Portland's planning. Through the current iteration, for 18 months, we have had meetings with stakeholders, including landowners, port industries, and other area interests, speaking specifically about the emergent plans for Villiers Island.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. In recommendation 6A, my question is there any problem with adding transform TO as one of the factors to be taken into account in the design of the infrastructure?
Through the speaker, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I wondered if staff could tell me, is this under a flight path?
Thank you. Through the Speaker, the existing federal airport zoning regulation for Billy Bishop Airport does not cover the footprint of any of the...
Respectfully, is it under a flight path?
Councillor, if I provide briefly some clarity and context, the development blocks in Villiers Island are not under the footprint of the existing federal airport zoning regulation. There are what are known as instrument procedures that sit outside of the protected footprint, and portions of those instrument procedures do fly over or do cover portions of the development blocks at Villiers Island.
Okay, thank you. You got to my second question, but planes are flying overhead.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so the next question down the ladder is, I think you mentioned it, so there's instrument landing procedures that assist aircraft to land. Are there aircraft required to divert around, over, beside, anywhere because of the placement of buildings? And we talked about this before at council. The smokestack was an issue for the airport, and aircraft literally had to fly around it.
There are two particular procedures, one approach procedure, one departure procedure, that Ports Toronto has indicated as a potential concern relative to building heights. City staff have undertaken 2 years of extensive consultation with Ports Toronto and due diligence. We are satisfied that the proposed building heights for the public blocks in the Villiers Island Precinct Plan do not represent any interference with those two critical procedures identified by Ports Toronto.
Now, would I be very oversimplifying to say in certain conditions when an aircraft needs to land or take off, they're going to have a steeper angle of attack to clear the particular development here? Can you give me a sense of how critical that distance is? Like, is it close, or is it, way out because of the building heights?
The tallest of the heights on the public blocks, from our due diligence, are beneath the services associated with those critical procedures.
Okay.
We can't speak to any future speculative changes with those procedures. That's an assessment that could be done on a go-forward basis as detailed development proposals come forward. But with respect to review of the placement of tower heights and blocks in the precinct, in the zoning bylaw, we're satisfied that they are not representing any conflict with those procedures.
What's the impact on aircraft noise and noise exposure to the residential areas as a result of the procedures, or more generally, on the noise exposure forecast contours?
The noise exposure forecast contours for Billy Bishop Airport do not reach this far east.
None. Okay.
They do not cover any of the Villiers Island development blocks.
Okay. Do the modified procedures change the noise exposure forecast? You're bringing the plane in faster, quicker on an angle of attack, and do they also consider potentially future jet aircraft if they were to allow it?
Ports Toronto has indicated that they are initiating a potential master plan update exercise inclusive of an NEF study, so that's an issue I expect that they will study in due course, but it doesn't affect it isn't affected by or related to the zoning bylaw heights proposed through the Villiers Island precinct plan.
Okay, this is critical. Will the zoning bylaw heights fetter any ability for this airport to operate, considering it's going through a master planning exercise?
No, Councillor, in our opinion, it does not. The approval of a zoning bylaw does not represent impact to the operation of the airport.
Is there anything built into the zoning or any of the protections that protect the residents from increased aircraft noise and vibration? Knowing that we can't predict the future and how this airport's going to run, but believe me, I got lots of experience out in Etobicoke on this.
Yes. We would expect, as a matter of detailed development proposals, in particular through the site plan application process, that individual development blocks would undergo a detailed vibration and noise impact assessment, but it's not, as a matter of course, considered as part of the zoning bylaw, presented to council as part of the Villiers Island precinct plan.
One last question. Do we know if the instrument procedures for the airport result in additional or less fuel burn of aircraft?
Councillor, we're not able to speak to that particular issue. No, that was not considered as part of the consideration of placement of buildings in the precinct plan. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. What is the total size of the site area here?
The total size of the island, Councillor?
Yep.
39 hectares.
Okay. 39, 40 hectares. How much of that is buildable land?
19.4 hectares.
Okay, so roughly 50% of it we would consider buildable.
Correct.
Okay. And then when we get into what you were talking about earlier, some of the right-of-way area, some of the infrastructure piece, how much of that is being dedicated to those uses? Roadway space, parking space, things of that nature.
8.8 hectares, Councillor.
Okay, so for simple math here, 40-hectare site, 20 buildable, 10 for roads. And then what's the balance of the additional 10?
To be clear, Councillor, the road area I count within the developable. So to be absolutely clear, the development blocks constitute 10.6 hectares, while the right-of-way area constitutes 8.8 hectares.
Okay, so a pretty, 60-40 split there on the buildable area.
With the right-of-way area also
Yeah.
serving the regional park surrounding, Councillor.
Okay. At committee, your opening slide talked about maximizing housing on these very valuable and important public lands. Why is this proposal delivering less density than on a publicly owned site than privately owned sites in the vicinity?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, the highest densities proposed in the demonstration plan are between 9 and 10 times density. That is within the order of magnitude of other developments in the port, and it is higher than much master plan development throughout much current master plan development throughout the downtown.
But there are sites in the vicinity that propose much more density on private lands than this one.
There are sites with a variety of density limits. Those are active applications, Councillor, some under appeal.
Okay. Is the density that we're proposing here sufficient to deliver on affordable housing on this site without additional subsidies being layered on?
I'll look to our colleagues in the Housing Secretariat. Here, oh, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, it isn't just about density in relation to affordable housing. There will almost certainly have to be agreements made with other levels of government about low-cost financing and additional equity, in addition to equity that the city may have to put in as well to deliver on these kind of ambitious affordable housing goals.
So I accept that if you do it as a percentage of total units, density doesn't necessarily help the problem because you're just adding more units. But if it's a number of total units separate from adding additional units, then in fact that additional density could be helpful to deliver affordable housing.
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Want to shift to some of the correspondence on the file here from Ports Toronto and NAV Canada, raising concerns about the plan as it's laid out in front of us here today. They talk about some of the inconsistent data and potential impacts on the operations of the airport. They also state that a redesign could result in potentially more density, which might be helpful. Have these stakeholders shared the concerns with you folks, with staff prior to today?
Through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, they have.
Okay. Does this proposal max out the building height permissions, taking into account the airport approach path, as we heard in the previous considerations? And what I want to get at is the density ceiling limited by airport flight path, or are there other things that are influencing the density ceiling?
There are a number of different variables that have influenced and informed the placement of tall buildings within Villiers. I would say that towards the west end of Villiers, we are near to the limits we've deemed appropriate relative to the instrument procedures just discussed. Certainly to the east, building heights are lower relative to those same procedures.
Right. When you look at the east end of the site, the density and the height steps down significantly, and actually that's the end of the site that's further away from the airport. What were the design considerations influencing the height on these public lands on the east end of the site, and how is that different than the west end of the site?
Through the Speaker, the westerly edge of the site is the closest to future rapid transit. It was the concentration site for density that was identified through the demonstration plan exercise. However, we tested a variety of scenarios. The density on the westerly side ranges from 9 to 10 times density. The density on the easterly side ranges from 7 to 8 times density. Still extremely high density.
That was your last question. Ready for speakers? Okay, can I get the speakers list? If anybody wants to speak, please put your name on the screen. Okay, we want to move this along before lunch. Councillor Sachs, to speak.
Yes, thank you. I have a short motion. I want to add the words "and transform TO" to recommendation 6A for the design of the infrastructure. I think staff have it. There it is. It's on the screen. So I'm just adding the words "and transform TO." This is the same issue that we discussed last month when we were looking at Downsview. We have two major opportunities in this city, enormously important major opportunities to build big new communities. Downsview is one, this is the other. It's essential that they both be built consistent with our climate goals, which are also essential for people's quality of life, air quality, health, and reducing the burden on the city of congestion. So I know that staff have a whole bunch of criteria, but once they're singling certain ones out, and this one's missed, we need to make sure that it gets taken into account, and particularly the design of the infrastructure has an enormous and century-long impact on the behavior, the carbon footprint, the options for the people that are going to live in this area. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so you know, Diane, it's already done, and it's been done since.
Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll just speak briefly and really, uplift what an exciting time for our waterfront this is as the flood protection for Portland's approaches completion in 2025. And to be able to point to that as an incredible infrastructure project to bring back the renaturalized Don River and add 16 acres of new parkland. It is also the catalyst for unlocking thousands of new housing units with an increased goal for affordable housing that is such an important landmark for our city. There has been in-depth work by Waterfront Toronto and city staff to optimize the opportunity for new affordable housing above the original precinct plan. That is the direction that we need to be going as a city. And I'm pleased to support and to give so much respect to Councillor Fletcher's leadership to provide detailed information on opportunities around the housing and development at Villiers Island. In this time where we speak so often in this chamber about a crisis of affordability in housing, we need to look at what it takes to optimize affordable housing, especially in our public projects, and to be looking towards that affordable housing being in the complete communities that we have been working so hard to put in place in every single part of our city. I want to thank planning staff, Waterfront Toronto, and the many people who have taken time to participate in this process, to be as thoughtful as possible in getting us to this point during public consultations, during the conversations that we have, and in bringing the expertise to bear to this plan. And this is such a critical step as we continue to move forward in improving and refining what is happening in this part of the waterfront. And I really look forward to the support from my council colleagues to continue to move this forward.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, we're ready with your motion.
There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Speaker. I do have a motion. It's coming up. There we go. And it's just to come back with the SROC site, because it is a very difficult site, those silos, to reuse in any way. So let's be clear what's going to happen. And then also the public realm, which has been a real discussion as, do you really need that much public realm? We heard today that the French drains, the environmental parts of this plan are contained often in the public realm. I also think there is got to see the water. It's an island. Unlike what happened on Queen's Quay when it was first built up, everybody was so upset they didn't know they were on the waterfront. So the city took a big shellacking for that. I think partly the wide roads and public realm to make sure we're all on the waterfront, which is a very important goal. And Waterfront Toronto and the city have been working on the waterfront for a long time. This precinct plan was brought in 2017. I can't remember how many motions I made to say, let's revisit it. Let's add more affordable housing. How are we going to do that? And this is the resultant plan. And I would say that we have increased the density by 80% here on the island. And that's allowed us to increase the affordable housing quotient here by 250%. It is my strong belief, and I'm sure that you all share that with me, that everybody deserves a chance to live on our waterfront. And if there's anything that we've been criticized for in the past, it is that the waterfront in Toronto appears to be a place only for wealthy people. And I don't mean the West Don lands, because that's actually behind the tracks. It's on the other side of the tracks, folks. I mean on the water, at the parkland. This will be, I think, the first completely mixed community here that will be on the water for everybody to have a home. So this wow moment, this milestone, we've only gotten here by the incredible hard work of so many, many people, and they're all sitting here today, and we have to thank them for that, just dedication and passion for this vision. I also want to remind you that our 30% of housing, we can only require that on our lands, and we do own a lot of land there. We have turned over a lot of land to be the park. There's a lot of parkland, courtesy of the City of Toronto, brand new destination park in the waterfront, the likes of which will never have been seen before in the City of Toronto. And so this is a milestone moment. It's an important moment for the eastern waterfront. It's the beginning of development. It's beginning to implement the Portland's flood protection, the $1.2 billion plan, the Portland's master plan, which was a long framing, which started with housing here, McCleary District coming next. There's many, many uses on the waterfront, and it's a build-out over a whole number of years. This isn't 3 years, this isn't 5 years, this isn't 8 years. This is a very long 20, 30, 40-year build-out for these 1,000 acres, 1,000 acres, of which the city does own quite a number of acres. But unfortunately, on those private sites, we can't get very much affordable housing. I think that's a shame. I think that's a problem. I think 309 Cherry Street coming up later, we may have to go in camera to discuss that, but that is my problem, that private developers don't see this the same way as we see it. I want to reassure you, Councillor Candeval, that all interests of everybody have been taken into account over and over and over again, so that even the river goes beside Lafarge, doesn't go through Lafarge. So there's nobody whose interests aren't being taken into account. But the main interest that we need to take into account is the future of our city, the future residents here, a waterfront indeed for all in the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a motion here that is going to ask for staff to come back in October, a deferral here to respond to the correspondence on the file that we hear from Ports Toronto, NAV Canada, and others to do a little bit more work on this from a technical assessment perspective. This has been many years in the making, and it's a really important project. I agree and would echo the comments here that this is a transformational opportunity for the City of Toronto, but I don't think we've got it right yet, and I think there is some more work to do. I want to start by sharing my appreciation for the staff team and the work that they've put in over the years. And while there is a significant increase in the density on this site, and we can throw around numbers like a 70 to 80% increase in density, I could tell you if I had $1 and I increased it by 100%, I would have $2. And so the problem was when this originally came forward 6, 7, 8 years ago, the vision and the amount of housing on these tremendously valuable public lands was wholly inadequate. It was wholly inadequate. So we asked staff to go back and take another crack at it, and they've improved it. And I think that's positive. But I think that these lands, these 40 hectares of prime public lands on the waterfront in the City of Toronto could do even more heavy lifting. They could help us more in the housing crisis. And the fact that the eastern side of this site in particular is significantly less ambitious, significantly lower density than the western side, which is actually the end closer to the airport. The fact that we heard from staff that the flight paths are not a limiter to density on the eastern side of the site, then that begs the question, what is? And I ran out of time on my questions here at Council, but I explored this a little bit at committee. And part of it comes back to the idea of generous sunlight in our official plan policy. And while that sounds, like something that we would like to see and can still be achieved through design, I think that has been a prime consideration for the development block plans on the eastern side of the site. And the idea that you need to, at the equinox, preserve X amount of minutes of sunlight on a day in March on marshland on a riverbank, and that comes at the expense of additional housing options for people. That doesn't sit right with me in the city of Toronto, given the challenges that we're facing when it comes to affordability and supply challenges on the housing front. More density on this site would allow us to unlock more affordable housing. As we heard, it's always just a question of, how many hundreds of thousands of dollars we're throwing on a per door basis in terms of subsidy. But if you increase the number of units on the market side, you can also increase the number of units on the affordable side. And I think given everything from a housing crisis and affordability perspective, all those challenges facing the city of Toronto, we cannot waste 40 hectares of waterfront land in the city of Toronto without asking us to do what the original motion and direction from council was, which was to maximize housing. This proposal does not maximize housing. It increases, but it doesn't maximize. And we need to make sure that our public lands, as a council and as stewards of those public lands, that we are in fact delivering the maximum return on that investment when it comes to housing. And this proposal still falls short of that. It is better than what it was, but I'm not prepared to just concede today and say this is as good as it could be, because there's more work to be done. So I hope you could support the deferral, take a little bit more time over the summer to come back and in October and do a little bit more work on it. I think that would be helpful, and we'll be in a much better position after we have those conversations and a little bit more time on that. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey, you have a question?
I want to speak on the motion to defer.
Motion to defer.
Yes.
Refer.
So Councillor Perks,
Refer.
Okay, hold
Refer.
on, Councillor.
It's refer.
One at a time. Yes. What is the motion to refer?
Refer. Yep,
Defer.
it's refer.
The motion is to defer. Sorry, refer. The motion is to refer. So Councillor McKelvey, ask question first, then we'll go to Councillor Perks to speak on the referral. Councillor McKelvey, question.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just wondering what letter, there's a letter from NAV Canada that was submitted, and can you just maybe outline that?
I don't have it in front of me, but it is basically saying that they would like to work with staff and do some more consultation on this.
So I've pulled it up. So they say, we formally request access to preliminary technical plans related to the project and that the report be referred back to staff for a minimum of 90 days.
That's right. It's responding to that, and it also responds to Ports Toronto CEO. Following our recent meeting with NAV Canada and City Planning on June 24th, it's become evident that there remain significant discrepancies in the data and understanding regarding the Villiers Island Precinct Plan. These discrepancies must be resolved to ensure informed and accurate decision-making on the plan, the OP, the zoning bylaw amendment, and particularly concerning airspace around Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. That's all on the file.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The concern that there's too much density or not enough density? I think the concern is there's too much density, councillors, so your motion seems to say two things: get more density and have less density.
Have you read the motion?
I just
Because
saw
you're
it up
asking me
there.
about the motion, but
I
your
saw it.
question
I
doesn't
saw it
seem to
there.
reflect it.
Oh, sorry, I think
Yeah,
my
so it doesn't
question
actually
was-
say anything about density.
Your
Right.
speech did. Your speech was about not enough density, we got to get more. That was your whole speech,
Madam Speaker,
councillor.
respectfully, is it questions about the motion or is
Councillor
it questions
Fletcher,
about the
just
speech?
clarification of the motion,
I'm
please.
sorry, I was unclear then, Speaker, because his speech was about more density, but the motion is about less density.
No, I
Thank you.
understand.
I've got it clear now.
I
Thank you.
understand. Once we ask the questions, then we'll be able to speak on the referral.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Holiday, clarification of the motion. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Absolutely. This refers to NAV Canada and Ports Toronto. Why do I care about them?
Why do you care about them?
Well, why should I? Why should a member of council? I'm being a bit tongue-in-cheek, but why are they important? What
Yeah, I mean,
stake do they have in this?
well, probably safety of the airport and the public.
And so, yeah, I'm trying to get at that. So traditionally, lots of people weigh in and provide input onto development proposals and so on, but why are these agencies called out in your particular motion? What makes them special?
They submitted correspondence expressing concerns around some of the technical data, some discrepancies in conversations that they had to date on the file. And I think it's a pretty reasonable request to try and resolve those over the next 90 days and come back in front of us to make sure everyone's on the same page. So they are critical stakeholders in the waterfront. They're an important part of Toronto's economy. And they have concerns principally routed probably in safety, and it's worthwhile addressing those.
So the effect of your motion is to get this back in staff's hands and allow them to do a bit more work with these agencies to sort out what their technical issues are.
Yeah, I mean, in their letter, they state that airport accessibility and air navigation safety rely on the publishing of approach and departure. And, they believe that undertaking additional consultations is critical to ensuring the continued safety and accessibility of Billy Bishop City Airport. So that's what they said, and I have other concerns about the file, but my motion specifically speaks to the correspondence that we received from NavCan and Ports Toronto.
So air safety is like flying around these buildings with aircraft?
I would assume that's part of it.
Okay. And so there's no other motive in this other than taking the suggestion of what's in their letters to give them a chance?
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, let's try to move. Okay, we're going to have speakers on the referral. Yeah, so Mayor Chow, just on the motion, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I checked with the staff. This Valley Island matter have gone through 15 years of consultation. In fact, they said 17. And it came to the planning committee after 15 years. And one of your key points was that we should not delay any further. So why wasn't this raised? Was this raised at the committee?
Well,
and after huge number of consultations, the amount of money spent on consultation on this issue is incredible. So you're asking for more consultation?
So respectfully, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure how close you've been following this file. I hope closely because
Quite
this is
close.
public lands. And again, I think we could do a lot more for housing on these public lands. And so,
that's not about housing.
Madam Speaker, respectfully, she was talking about discussions at committee. So the mayor was talking about discussions at committee. I'm not sure how that relates to clarification of the motion here. If you want to talk about the motion, I'm happy to do that.
Well,
if you want to talk about discussions at committee, I'm happy to do that too.
Councillor Bradford, please.
Yeah.
I think the reason that the mayor asked you that question, because this was not brought up at planning and housing.
Right.
In which you sit on, so that was your question.
So-
Why didn't you
so-
move this motion? Correct,
so-
Mayor Chow?
Yes.
That's
So, Mayor,
going to be
have
your question.
So Mayor, have you read the correspondence from NAV
Yes,
Canada?
yes.
Okay, so then you will see it says following a meeting on June 24th, right? And so that was after Planning and Housing Committee, of course. And so after that meeting, they submitted correspondence and it stated, it has become evident that there remain significant discrepancies in the data and understanding regarding the Villiers Island Precinct Plan. These discrepancies must be resolved to ensure an informed and accurate decision-making on the plan, the official plan, and the zoning bylaw, particularly concerning the airspace around Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. So, given that that meeting took place on June 24th, given that that was after Planning and Housing Committee, given that I'm reading the correspondence that's on the item in front of us today, I move the referral. I
Right.
hope that clarifies.
Well, except that this item has been under discussion for years. And nothing have changed. That,
Well, actually,
never
things
mind.
have changed significantly.
It's fine, we're getting to it.
Okay, come on, we're not, okay. Let's just, anybody want to speak on the referral? 2 minutes, okay? Just on the referral. Councillor Perks, 2 minutes on the referral.
Microphone. Say it with me. Delay, debate, defer. Come on. Delay, debate, defer. Here we are again.
It was debate deferral delay.
See, well, the virtue of a good slogan, the virtue of a good slogan is people should be able to remember it. Okay, here we are, once again, Councillor Bradford is standing up and saying, we should build, but not yet. Let's defer instead. Also, in his motion, he is conflating two things. Staff were asked over and over and over and over again, this business about flight paths. Is this about the flight paths that currently exist? And they said, the flight paths as they exist are fine with the proposal that's in front of us. However, someday, somewhere, well in the future, somebody might want to, I don't know, add hovercraft or moon launchers or something on the port, so we should protect against every conceivable eventuality. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And by the way, there is work on phase 2 that needs to start now. Some of the planning has to be done there. Specific contracts have to be let to move the work forward. If you accept the premise that Councillor Bradford put in front of you, that we should be moving to get more housing built, you will vote against his referral motion and not in favor of endless, I'm sorry, I can never remember it, defer, delay, debate. Think about how it would happen. Well, that's your expertise, not mine.
Okay, enough. Okay, thank you. Come on, let's get this item done before lunch. Councillor Holiday, 2 minutes on the referral.
So, Speaker, I'm not laughing. There's no jokes on this. NAV Canada is a broader public sector agency concerned with the movement of aircraft around an airport. I have plenty of experience with this agency through the work that I've done with Pearson Airport, because there's flight paths over the community that I'm proud to represent. And any changes to those have, at the beginning, impacts to noise and additional impacts to safety with aircraft flying over people's heads. These people, along with the ports people, have put letters on the record that have said they've got concerns with this. This is not a private company. This is not a citizen. These are public sector agencies. So I don't care if it's been 15 years, 15 days, 17 years. We're at the 11th hour, and somebody has raised an issue here that says they've got a concern. Why we can't give 90 days to make sure that something concerning aircraft movement is not perfect? I don't understand why this council has such concern to rush something through. This is something that will last for decades and lifetimes if the aircraft movement isn't right, and potentially worse. And I have a long conversation with anyone in this council if you want to talk about airport noise and how it affects people. And think about the ceiling of where the aircraft are, this close to the airport, right? You can probably wave to the people in the portholes of the plane is how low they are. And the last thing I would say is all you environmentalists on this council, when you divert thousands upon thousands of aircraft, think about the fuel burn that happens when you cause those procedures to be implemented. You might want to understand what that is. It's a simple ask. Be responsible.
Thank you. Okay, members, 2 minutes on the referral, please. Councillor Fletcher, you're up.
Thank you, Speaker, and I certainly would agree with the 11th hour remark. This isn't the first time we've had the 11th hour. In the first iteration of Portland's flood protection, we had an 11th hour change with a monorail, a mega mall. We had all kinds of things that we had to deal with at that time. So 11th hour doesn't mean put your foot on the brake. 11th hour means somebody's decided they want to do something different. 90 days. I'll say how many days there's been since this was first passed, 2017, 2,555 days. Since we first started looking at whether or not we would increase the density here, 730 days. I think everybody is at ample time to review this, including those who are writing letters, which often happens, but we never let it blow us off course in the way that we're being asked to today. The consultation in 2017, 2024 has been very robust. Councillor Holyday, I appreciate what you've said, but if everybody who's living there, who's been part of this consultation and lives with aircraft every day, if this was their #1 issue, they would have brought that up. Believe me, there are people there, and all the people that do consultation know, very engaged. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have been part of this consultation. So I think that particularly ship navigation has been on the forefront always to make sure that our port is still working as a working port, and I appreciate everybody's concern about that. So 11th hour, let's just move to the 12th hour, get this passed. It's a long time coming. It's more density, not less density.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't finished.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought you were. Okay. Councillor Carroll, quickly. We want to vote on this before lunch. Councillor Carroll. Me too. Go ahead.
I would like to vote on it before lunch as well. I would ask people to do exactly that, to be responsible. And quite frankly, with respect, I would ask NAVCAN to be responsible. It's very well thought out and laid out in their letter. They do have a land use program. And every time someone comes with a site-specific application within this precinct plan, we will access their land use program, application by application, protect the flight plan. Use your heads for a second. In all these years and all of these days that we've spent on this, do we really think that all those people who spoke never once contemplated there's an airport nearby? Do we think they really thought that? Do we think that staff members didn't think about that when they were doing Lawrence Heights in North York on its way over? Do we think they never think about flight paths in Etobicoke? They always do, and they access NAVGAN in exactly the way they have set out in their land use and consideration program, and will continue to do, site by site by site. Now, if someone who, by the way, is saying, I'm adding my support to someone else's request, hasn't had time to read the report and be assured that, of course, that's the way we're going to continue to do planning considerations site by site, I guess they can catch up. Whether the precinct plan is in place or not, we will be able to meet the technical assessments that they require for each and every site, for each and every challenge to the flight plan. It's all laid out in their letter. Guess what? It's also laid out in our plans. We're going to continue to partner together. We just need to get started by putting the precinct plan in place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let's have a recorded vote.
Sure.
The motion to refer the item does not carry. The vote is 6 to 18.
On the item, recorded vote. Oh. I believe that there's a motion by Councillor Fletcher we have to vote on first. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sachs. Okay, Councillor Sachs' motion is on the screen on the amendment. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Okay. Motion by Councillor Fletcher, it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Canavale, we've received a vote from you, but we don't see you on the screen. Are you present and voting in the meeting? Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Myers, your vote, please. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 21-3.
Okay. Councillor Pasternak, do you think we can do your item quickly before lunch, because I know you have to leave? Councillor Pasternak, IE 14.15.
Yes, I'll be very quick because I do have to speak at a graduation. Through you to staff.
Do you have questions? You have questions to staff?
Yes, sorry, questions to staff.
Okay, can you put your name, please?
Oh, there it
Okay.
is. It's up there.
Questions to staff.
Oh, it's this place. I've always wanted to go to this place. I've never been.
So just for context, this is an area in and around Mossy Park. It's in the 401 and Keel area.
Okay, so ask your question.
Through you to staff. So an environmental assessment, this is basement flooding we're talking about, was done about 12 years ago, yet no work has taken place in the affected area where homeowners are still subjected to basement flooding.
Madam Speaker, that's correct. As part of council-approved policy, we complete the environmental assessment and complete preliminary design work. And if the cost to complete the work exceeds a certain cap as approved by council, those projects get added to the deferred list of projects, and we do not proceed with construction.
So these motions, I think there's been 3 motions brought to council. They predate me, actually. My predecessor brought motions to council to have this work completed. During that period, the per household cost threshold was raised to include this neighborhood. I'm just wondering, you have a $1.2 billion annual budget, correct me if I'm wrong. Is there no wiggle room in there to get this done?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we compare it to the council-approved criteria for approving projects and not the total Toronto Water capital budget. When we adjusted the cap to $68,000 per benefiting household, we also updated the costing for this project, and it still exceeds the cap. It's in the $90,000 per household range, so it remains on the deferred list.
How long is this deferred list?
Madam Speaker, at this time, the deferred list has about 460 projects on it, and there are still 3 studies that are to be closed out sometime this year, so we expect it to grow again at the end of the year.
Now, there's one homeowner in particular who's had over $100,000. I guess he's had 2 incidents. One cost him, well, in the range, it cost him $80,000 to $100,000 per incident. I think that was 2013, 2018. He said he had up to 4 feet of water in his basement. What do we tell him?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we've done a number of short-term measures on the city side. We've put in sewer sensors in place that give us alerts when sewer levels start to rise. I believe the homeowner has taken advantage of the basement flooding subsidy program and put in backflow preventers. Beyond that, all we can do is keep working through the backlog of work that we have in basement flooding. As I indicated, we have more projects than we have funding associated with basement flooding in the city.
Right. His argument is that all the preventative measures that he's taken will not stop an overflow at this trunk.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the measures that we've taken will mitigate some of the smaller storm events. However, if you do get a large regional storm event, there is a potential that he may flood again, as there are still hundreds of homeowners, if not thousands, faced with the same challenge until we can complete all of our work in the city.
So the homeowner has sent correspondence to the city, which I believe I've shared with you. I don't have a motion, but can we have it as a staff undertaking that you will contact the homeowner, respond directly to his comments in this correspondence, and give him a roadmap?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we'd be happy to update the homeowner with exactly where we're at with the work in the area, And I did touch base also with the operations director. He's very familiar with the individual and the homeowner, and we will be touching base with them again shortly.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
and thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, do you just want to move the item? Because
Yes.
we have to break soon.
And I got to go.
You're just going to release the item?
We will release the item
Okay.
on a recorded vote.
Yeah, on IE 14.15, recorded vote, please.
Councillor Sachs, your vote, please. Councillor Myers? Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please. Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Canaval, are you present in the meeting? The item is adopted unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay. Councillor Burnside?
I didn't have I tried to vote, but it wouldn't pop up on my screen.
How do you vote, Councillor?
How do you vote?
Affirmative.
In favor?
Yes, please.
Okay, in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one member's motion to add on before we break for lunch, and that was by Deputy Mayor Malik. Do you want to introduce your member's motion? Okay, just one sec till we put it on the screen. Okay, there it is.
So I am moving to this motion, review of traffic impacts of Ontario Place redevelopment and proposed Ontario Science Centre relocation. And the reason for urgency is that site servicing work has begun at the Ontario Place site, and the province recently announced the immediate closure of the current Ontario Science Centre location.
On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Do we have any quick releases before we break for lunch? Anybody? Please, please. Yes. Nobody wants to release anything, eh? All right. So we'll recess to 2 o'clock. Members of council, can I please have you take your seats? Members, please. Hello? Is anybody listening? Two, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Members of council, can you please come up to the council chambers? Okay. Oh yeah, they're online. Okay. Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize Rick Leary on his departure as Chief Executive Officer of the Toronto Transit Commission. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good afternoon. Together we want to thank Rick Leary for the 10 years of service at the TTC and recognize the work, the incredible work he's done with the Toronto Transit System. First off, I want to welcome Rick's wife of 27 years, Anne-Marie, and their youngest child, Courtney, that I believe is on the, it's on the screen. I can see it, and they are online. They are not able to join us in person, but I can see them online. I know uprooting your family and moving to a new country for Rick was hard. But he took on the challenge 10 years ago, and that showed his commitment to the transit system in Toronto. On behalf of the city, I want to thank you and your children, Brian, Carolyn, and Courtney, for loaning us your dad and husband for the last 10 years. Rick achieved a whole lot during his tenure as CEO, and will continue to do so until August, from modernizing and greening the TDC to leading the organization through a global pandemic and championing diversity in the workplace so TDC reflects the city it serves. Most recently, Rick helped to secure a new collective agreement with ATU Local 113. All of us had a big sigh of relief. We thank you for that. A deal that's good for the workers and for the city. In my short time as the Mayor of Toronto, I am grateful to have worked with Rick to increase TDC service, hired more TDC workers to help with safety, and secure new operational funding through the New Deal. He did all this while keeping the TDC moving, even in the face of declining funding from other levels of government. Speaking of investment in TTC, I know Rick and his many guests from the Commission who are present here in the gallery agree we need those Line 2 subway cars now. And yes, and thank you for advocating for it. The province has stepped up with the $780 million as part of the New Deal. Now we need the federal government to also step up with their end of the deal to make it happen. On behalf of City of Toronto, Rick, thank you for your decade of hard work. We wish you all the best in the next phase of your career. The next steps in the process of finding a new CEO will be shared by TDC in the coming weeks. In the meantime, let us work together to build a more reliable, affordable, and safer transit system for the people of Toronto. Please join me in giving a big round of applause and gratitude to Rick Leary.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, and good afternoon, Council. I want to say thank you to the Mayor for the very kind words. As the Mayor mentioned, August 30th will be my last day at the TTC. But as I said during my announcement last week, serving this city for the past decade has been one of the most rewarding experiences of my 4 decades as a public transit professional. It certainly made my decision to step down a little bit more difficult, but as I said last week, after a decade, it's time to assess what's next. I turned 31, right? I turned 61 this year, and I believe there's some new opportunities and challenges that await me before I fully retire. And that's where I am right now, looking for what is the next chapter of my professional and personal lives. With the new collective agreement with 113, and thank you for mentioning that, Mia, I do feel good that it's comfortable now. It's time to move on. As some of you know, I came to Canada in 2009 to lead York Region Transit, a move that ultimately opened the door for me and my family to become Canadian citizens in 2019, like many of the hockey heroes of my childhood. And thank you for introducing my wife, Anne-Marie, and my child, Courtney, my Canadian-born. I'm very proud of you, and thank you for standing by me all these years. Now, I joined the TTC in 2014 after then CEO Andy Byford hired me to oversee surface operations, bus and streetcar services. Andy also honored me by naming me the Deputy CEO. Now, Andy and I shared a core belief in customer service excellence, and that carried over to when I was named the permanent CEO in July of 2018. But beyond customer service, for me, I believe there was much more that needed to be done at the TTC when it came to improving corporate culture change. And to name a few, and thank you for all the kind words on the issues, the Mayor named some of them, but having a first chief of diversity and inclusion was very important to me. Changing the way we did recruitment so that our employees look like the face of our customers in the city that we served. That first capital investment plan that we introduced, right, for you and your colleagues at other levels of government, so you knew what was needed to invest in the TTC. And through that plan, I'm very proud that billions of dollars for new vehicles, facility upgrades, and expansion were provided to the TTC in this city. We modernized the organization with the better use of data analytics and have made great strides to greening our fleet to align with the city's goals of reducing emissions. There's plenty more, and as the Mayor mentioned, managing service through COVID-19, as well as the cybersecurity incident that we experienced. Well, these were things that I'm going to say are a great source of pride to me that would not have been possible without the 17,000 incredible employees at this organization and our exceptional senior management team, both past and present. And I want to thank my friends from the TTC here today, the senior management team, for all they've done. You're incredible, and the work you do for the city is just amazing. It's been an honor to work with you and all of the employees at the TTC. But I also think that credit for us, any of our success, also goes back to the boards, the chairs, and Toronto Council for supporting us. I'd say your support and guidance and theirs have been invaluable. And if I can leave you with one thought, because many of you know I'm so passionate about a state of good repair, it is to never lose sight on the importance of state of good repair and the need for capital investment. We all understand the importance of operating new lines and expanding transit in this great city and the region. It's essential. But like a chain, any transit system is only as strong as its weakest link. The new lines will promote transit use and ridership will grow. And that's good, of course. It's a good thing. But our customers need to know when they're getting off a new service that they have an existing service that they can rely on. So I urge you to pay close attention to the capital investment plan and invest wisely. I hope it was okay for my own little editorial, but I'm so passionate about this, as so many of you know. So with that, I just want to say thank you again. It's been an honor and privilege to serve this great city. I'll be leaving on the 30th. The chair and the mayor know that I'm here for them until that time and well after, if it's necessary. I'll always consider Toronto part of being home. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for my family to be here. I love you, and thank you for your support all these years.
Councillor Burnside, I believe you wanted to make a few comments.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So just a few comments about Rick Leary, whom I consider a friend in my short stint as the TTC chair. It was a very short stint. Glad it's no longer that position, because it's a hard position as the chair, never mind the CEO. But my first introduction to Rick Leary was in my first stint as a councillor. And I would call up Andy Byford because there was a problem with this or there was a problem with that, and he always referred me to Rick Leary. And Rick Leary always got the job done. And so when he was promoted to CEO, I realized it was an excellent choice. And people of Rick Leary's caliber are very hard to find. There are very few people in North America or the world that have the caliber and the skills of Rick Leary. My short stint as the chair of the TTC, my biggest fear was that someone would steal Rick away. And I'd be scouring the newspapers, the Boston, whatever it is, Herald Globe, I don't even know what the name is, and there were all the rumors of the mayor of Boston wanting Rick Leary. And so I'm thankful that he didn't leave when I was chair, and you know, that was I guess a gift to me. But we did have a few meetings and with other levels of government, and I can tell you this about Rick. He was relentless in promoting transit and the state of good repair. You talked about the state of good repair, and whether it was with our previous mayor or you talk about with the feds, but we had one meeting with the province and the transport minister, and we went in there. It was a very cordial meeting. Rick was always polite, but in this meeting he was a little, I would say a little tough, but always polite and respectful. And he came out and he said, "Hey, do you think I was too tough?" And I said, "Well, I'm not sure you're getting a Christmas card, but you did get your point across." And you know, it was that kind of dedication. I could call Rick up on a Sunday night, a Saturday morning. He'd be with, you know, he might be taking a day off, which is very rare, and he'd be with his kid, but he always answered the phone. And I know so many people in the civil service, especially at the higher levels, have that same commitment. And I want to thank Rick for his commitment. And the TTC, the job of a CEO is extremely tough because you're front-facing, and you get the blame for everything. So when other levels of government don't fund transit properly, Rick was the guy that got blamed. When the city was a little bit behind in making sure we had enough shelter for people, and we had people with different issues on the TTC, some of whom caused problems, Rick got blamed. But Rick never blamed anyone else. And to me, that's the mark of a true leader. Rick just tried to find solutions. I know we worked tirelessly with Denise Campbell, and they had constantly told me how much respect he had for her and the rest of the people in the organization. I see Natalie over there, and from the TTC. And I just want to say thank you, Rick. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your professionalism, and I know I will definitely miss you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, members of council, we do have an introduction of an urgent member motion. Mayor Chow? Or is it Councillor McKelvey? Pardon? I didn't hear you.
She has an announcement.
Oh, you have an announcement. Okay, sorry. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor of announcing the winners of the 4th Annual Women for Climate Pitch Competition. Earlier this month, 10 local entrepreneurs pitched their climate-related initiatives to a panel of judges for a chance to claim the first prize of $20,000 and 2 secondary prizes of $5,000 each. The 2024 Women for Climate Pitch Competition winner is Catherine Festeriga, who is building Toronto's first urban commercial rooftop greenhouse. Our runners-up are Nadeem Naderi, who runs a business focusing on electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and Amiwami Badmus, who runs a zero-waste shop that is based in Toronto. They are all very energetic and inspiring, and do learn more about them. The pitch competition was hosted by the city and the presenting sponsor, EY Canada. And over the last 6 months, the Women for Climate TO mentorship program has provided a combination of mentoring, training, and networking opportunities to help local women entrepreneurs advance their climate-related projects and business ventures. It's now in its 4th year, and I have the privilege of co-championing the program alongside Selena Young, Director of the Indigenous Affairs Office. I want to thank all the women who participated in the program, whether it be as a mentor, a mentee, a guest speaker, a champion, an organizer, or part of our vast and growing alumni network. I know our future is in good hands with these climate conscientious entrepreneurs. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Carroll, I understand that you're going to introduce an urgent member motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just waiting for it to show up. Thank you. I've had an opportunity to discuss this with a number of members of council, Madam Speaker. This is an appointment of a public member to the Toronto Police Service Board. The reason for urgency is that the new member needs to be appointed. We'll be creating a vacancy on the board as per the matters discussed in the chamber thus far. And so we need to make sure that we have, especially at this point in time, the Toronto Police Service faces a number of challenges, and so we need a stable board. And so I hope that councillors can consider this motion as quickly as possible this afternoon.
Thank you. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Before we... Oh, recorded vote. Recorded vote, sorry. Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please, your vote. Councillor Crescenti, how do you vote, please? Speaker, the motion to introduce a motion without notice carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, thank you. Before we start the member motion run-through, I would take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And I'll expedite, I held these till after members' motions, but we can do them now. EX 15.2, Priorities in Transit Expansion and Transit-Oriented Communities Project, Wards All. I will simply move that.
Okay, on EX 15.2, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, show of hands, carried.
And on PH 8.5, I will defer that.
I'm sorry, what was that, PH?
Gord?
I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, what item was that?
PH 8.5. I'm sure I did. There is no supplementary report. PH 8.5, deferred items, city-initiated zoning bylaw. Not that one. Did you need to move the supplemental on the other one? I'm sorry. Are we on the wrong item?
Yes.
That's okay. That rarely happens. Please note, he's on the wrong item. Rarely happens.
Oh, it's in the deferred items.
Yeah, it's at the
Yeah.
top. There we go.
PH 8.5, it's here
Thank
without
you.
a recommendation. It's in deferred, that's why we couldn't find it.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
So, Councillor Fletcher, it's here without a recommendation.
I'm deferring that.
Oh, you're deferring?
Yeah,
Okay,
there's the item up there.
There's the motion to defer to the July 24th
Yeah.
council meeting. Okay, on the deferral motion, favor, carried. Thank you.
Which one did you think, Gord?
Councillor Fletcher, do you have any more? I thought you said I thought you had CC you were going to do. You don't have that ready? Okay. All right. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can quick release TE 1411, 9 Bellamond Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application decision report.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford wants to release T 14.11. On favor? Sorry. Oh, there's an amendment.
I'll move that, please.
You have an amendment here, Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, I'd like to move that, please. Okay, you can hold it.
Okay, continue to hold it. Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Speaker, I'd like to defer DM 19.1, please. Oh, do I need to work on a deferral motion with clerks before that?
So, well, what?
No. To next meeting, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you're deferring it to the next meeting. This is 50, 51, 50, 61 Yonge Street?
Yes, that's correct. I've worked with city staff, and that has been the decision that we landed on, and there isn't a date yet for the OLT hearing, so.
Okay, so you're deferring it to the next council meeting?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
On favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
Thank
Are
you.
there any further releases? Okay, members, we will now do the member motion run-through. The city clerk has advised that financial impact summary sheets for member motion MM 19.1, MM 19.37 from the chief financial officer and treasurer has been posted with the agenda item RM 19.7 review of the order paper. City council as timed item EX 15.4, a governance operational review of Sankofa Square is the first item of business after members' motion. We will go to that item following the members' motions. Okay, MM 19.1. Okay, it's on the screen. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? You want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
The motion carries. The vote, or on the item carries, is 21-1 is the vote.
MM 19.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 CC 17.5. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.5. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Board of Health. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? On waiving referral? Or on the item? Okay, all in favor of waiving referral?
Councillor Canadell, how do you vote, please?
In favor?
Thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 21-2.
On the item, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we open the voting panel.
Canadell in favor.
Councillor Canadell, how do you vote, please?
Canadell in favor.
Take that. The item is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
MM 19.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? Pardon? So do you want to hold it then? Okay. MM 19.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded?
Recorded? Recorded vote.
Yeah, you know, yes, I'll hold.
Okay, but first of all, we have to waive referral. Oh, we didn't. Oh, so you're holding the item then? Because it has been revised. I have the revised. I don't know if you received it. Well, it says revised on mine. Okay. Okay, Councillor Pasternak.
I'll hold it and make sure there's a minor amendment.
Okay, no problem. We'll hold it. MM 19.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Okay, recorded vote on waiving referral.
Candavel in favor.
Councillor Canada, if you'll just hang on till the end of the vote, and then I will call you.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Canada, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 18-5.
Who said hold? Councillor Holyday. Okay. MM 19.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Okay, Councillor Carroll is holding. MM 19.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
I'd like to hold it. I'd like to hold it.
Pardon?
I'd like to hold the item.
Councillor Candavel would like to hold. Councillor Candavel is holding it, Councillor Basante. I know, but he could hold it. MM 19.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.15. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 MM 16.28. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Okay. I didn't hear who said it first. Pardon? All right. MM 19.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On recorded.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Candival, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative?
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 5-18. The motion will be referred to the Planning and Housing Committee.
Madam Speaker, I was trying to get my vote recorded, but it wasn't going through. It's Peruzza. I've been trying for a little while, and they haven't been going through. So I vote in the affirmative as well. Thank you.
It still didn't pass. Okay, MM 19.20. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Notice of MM 19.21. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Pardon?
Recorded on the item.
Okay, recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Canoville, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
In the affirmative. Thank you, Speaker. The motion carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, thank you. MM 19.23. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 19.24. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 19.25. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving recorded vote to waive referral?
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Canoville, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. In the affirmative. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 21-2.
I'd like to hold it, please.
You.
I just really wanted to put the effort in.
MM 19.26. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote.
Councillor Canoville, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 19-3.
On the item, on favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Bravo, please. And thank you. Councillor Canterville, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 20-2.
MM 19.27. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East Shore Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.28. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. I only seen one person put their hand up. MM 19.29. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East Shore Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto local appeal body and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On hold? Okay, hold. MM 1930. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East Shore Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On favor of the item? On favor? Carried. MM 19.31. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Nobody voted on that item. Okay. MM 19.32. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving? Well, we have to waive notice first. Okay, recorded vote on waiving notice. Nobody likes pizza on this council?
Councillor Canterville, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
In the affirmative. Speaker, the motion to waive notice carries. The vote is 17-6.
All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members.
Well, you know, we do have
Just
to,
stand by, members.
we do have to celebrate the Italians as well. Yeah. I think we should be acknowledged as well. Recorded vote.
Members, just stand by while we stage the vote, please. The voting panel is now open, members, on the motion to waive referral. Councillor Bradford, thank you. Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Pasternak, please, your vote. Councillor Candival, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative?
I'm sorry, Councillor Candival, could you repeat that?
In the affirmative.
In the affirmative, thank you. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 10 to 13. The item will be referred to the Economic and Community Development Committee.
MM 19.33. Notice of this motion has been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? All in favor of waiving referral? On the item, on favor, carried. MM 19.34. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, pardon? I can't hear you. Recorded vote, recorded vote. It wasn't Councillor Holiday, was it? Oh, I thought it was... Councillor Holiday, you have to scream louder. I know you have a loud voice.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Candival, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative?
In the affirmative. Thank you. Speaker, the item is adopted. The vote is 23 to 1.
Okay, can we please have some quiet? Councillor Fletcher, please. Let's just wait till we get through this and vote, and then you can talk as much as you want. So let's just try to get through this. It's hard for me to hear when everybody is talking. MM 19.35. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 19.36. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Can members of council please stay in your seats when we're voting? Come on, you know the rules. Like, we're really being silly now. You know, let's just... MM 19.37. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 19.38. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote. I'm just waiting for people to stop talking so I can... We're waiting for you now. Well, thank you. MM 19.38. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 19.39. This is the member's motion that we just added. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. Okay, we're finished with the member's motion. Yeah, just a sec. So now if you want to talk, you can talk. Councillor, okay. Yeah, just one sec, hold on. Councillor Thompson, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. I rise on a point of personal matter to provide information to members of council that we'd like to invite all of you, and actually invite all of Toronto, to the Taste of Lawrence, which is a street festival I started 20 years ago. This is our 20th anniversary, and I'm bowled over by the fact that it only seems like yesterday we started. We will have in excess of 200,000 people in my ward in the area of Lawrence Avenue between Birchmont Road and Warden. It will be a great delight to welcome all of you here, members of council, on July 5th, 6th, and 7th to taste and savor the flavors of Lawrence Avenue. Lawrence Avenue has become a destination. 20 years ago, it wasn't. 20 years later, it is now a destination point, a place where people come. Not too long ago, Keith Lee, who's an internationally famous blogger who has some, I believe, 16 million followers, came to Lawrence Avenue and sampled some of the foods that are on our street in Scarborough Centre. And I'd like to welcome all of you here. There's going to be lots of entertainment for family, fun, great time, and I look forward to welcoming all members of council and all Torontonians to Lawrence Avenue, to the Taste of Lawrence, put on by the Wexford Heights BIA, the collaboration with the BIA and the community at large and so on. So I'd like to welcome you all to Lawrence Avenue next Friday, July 5th start, 6th, 7th, and it'll be a great time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We're now going to go to item EX 15.4, which was a timed item. Okay, so EX 15.4 is the Young Dundas Square. Do we have any questions? Councillor Moyes, questions? Councillor Moyes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're here today to discuss the governance and operational review of Sankofa Square. The renaming was approved by Council at 24-2, about 6 or so, 8 months ago. Just for context, what are the results of the review and the recommendations brought forth?
Through the Speaker, the main recommendation of the review is for the Square to conduct a strategic and business plan to look at opportunities where they can maintain their current mandate that has a focus on economic development in the Young Dundas area, but as well as look at opportunities to review things like the permitting structure, partnership and sponsorships, ways to engage more community access, and to come back with that plan.
Excellent. And who did you engage in your review?
For the review, we engaged city divisions who are involved in other civic squares, but we also engaged every member of the board of Sankofa Square, as well as the general manager. And the feedback we sort of themed and included in the report.
Thank you for that. And there were other pieces to the motion before us today, and they are technical recommendations. Can you perhaps talk about some of those recommendations? For example, one of them is actually talking about Ryerson University, just to right-size the wording of those things, so it's actually Toronto Metropolitan University. So just talking about the technical recommendations here, perhaps, just for context.
The reason that those recommendations are included in this report is that we were directed through Council to also transmit the board's report related to adoption of the new name and what would be required to do that with the governance review report. So those recommendations that are here around providing authorities to make those changes that would be required as part of that adoption.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sachs, you have 5 minutes to question.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The financial report that was provided to Council in December, when we were asked to vote on this item, advised us that there would be nothing required from taxpayers, that the only cost of renaming would be a sum to be covered by Section 37 money from the local councillor, correct?
Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Right. And subsequent to that, the board of the square decided that they couldn't do the renaming for that amount of money, correct? Well, that's what it says in the report.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. My name is Julian Sleeth. I'm the General Manager of Young Dundas Square, soon to be Sankofa Square. So through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, our board is very keen that this is more than just sorry, it's my first time, so
Please go easy on him, first time.
So much of my time's being eaten up.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Yes, okay, sorry.
So my question was, the board decided that they couldn't do the renaming for the amount provided by the Section 37 funds, correct?
The board is looking at a number of options between small, medium and large, and will size the implementation program and the associated education and outreach according to the money that is available.
Right. Can you confirm that no money will be requested from the city budget in 2025?
It's my hope that through partnerships and the businesses in the area coming forwards, that is that is the case, or that will be the case.
That wasn't a commitment. To the CFO, can you commit to this council that there will be no money for this renaming in the 2025 budget?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so in terms of funds, there is funds that will be in the budget funded through Section 37.
Section 37, but
If
other
the
than
question
that-
is incremental funds. My understanding is the board members are looking at the three options available to them and determining what non-tax funds are available to be able to proceed on the initiative. And that's my understanding in terms of what would come forward for next year's budget.
Okay, but that isn't answering my question. Is anyone here prepared to commit to this council that there will, the cost of this renaming is not going to be put into the 2025 budget? Is anyone prepared to give that commitment?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as noted, what we've identified in the financial impact section, what's identified in the report, and as noted previously, there is no tax dollars that are being brought forward for this initiative. I can't speak to the 2025 budget process, but our intent is that no tax dollars will be brought forward and staff would not be tabling that situation.
So it's an intent but not a commitment? Are we, if you're not in a position to tell us how this is going to be funded, why are we deciding it today?
That's not the challenge. The challenge is we do have strong mayor powers. I can't make a commitment on a 2025 budget that runs through a strong mayor power.
Okay, will you commit that you will not be proposing money for this renaming in the 2025
Through you,
budget?
Madam Speaker, that's a commitment that we have said. We would be looking at not providing any property tax funding towards this initiative.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have another questioner, and that is Councillor Burnside. Off you go.
Oh, I thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. Back to the budget thing, through you. Sorry, was I interrupting somebody?
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Councillor, please continue. I'll start your time again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, just to people sitting today, this isn't your time. This is just council time. Somebody from the staff will come and explain that to you. Thank you so much for being here. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, don't worry, I don't need a lot of time. So just back to this, the funding question. So if the general manager, my apologies, right? Now you. If the general manager were to decide on the medium-sized budget, let's say, just let's use that example, but the funding doesn't come through, who's backstopping the project? Who would have to backstop the project? So great intentions, understand all the intentions, but who would actually backstop it if the commitment's made to do this, but the actual funding that comes in is only down here?
Through you, Madam Speaker, consistent with the budget approach, we would seek the commitment on those funds before bringing forward those proposals as part of the 2025 budget.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Chow, questions?
I just to the staff, there'd been a bit of conversation about Henry Dundas, and I looked at the 2021 City of Toronto report. I just want to confirm that Scholar has dubbed Henry Dundas the great delayer of the abolition of transatlantic slave trade. And then in the page 10 and page 11 of the report, quoted a large number of scholarly study and said that he worked hard to defeat different subsequent bills. He used all the influence he possessed to prevent the abolition question being raised at any rate. This is from your report. And that he was a key architect in enabling the British government as the largest purchaser of slaves during this period. In fact, more than 583,000 slaves, women and children and men. Am I correct in that report that you wrote in 2021? It was quite extensive.
Through the speaker to you, Mayor Chow. The city did undertake significant research at the time. Staff reviewed, published peer-reviewed academic research on the topic. Additionally, there were over 20 academic experts that were interviewed directly, those with particular expertise about the transatlantic slave trade and Henry Dundas. Upon the review of that, including information that was furnished to us by the Dundas family, it was concluded that the consensus was, as you describe it, that the actions of Henry Dundas in the British Parliament effectively delayed the abolition of slavery in the British Empire, and that the summary of all of that research was subsequently put up online on the city's website in 2022.
It was delayed for 15 years. There was another comment, because at first I was wondering why the committee that was struck by your team had Indigenous, because this was slavery, and I was curious as to why Indigenous community members were there, and it seems to me that your report said on page 11 that Dundas role in the continuous subjugation of Indigenous people in Canada in his capacity as Home Secretary, and the Home Secretary held oversight over colonial affairs, which is the affairs of Canada. Is that why the Indigenous piece was also added into your committee?
Through the speaker to you, Mayor Chow, not exactly at the time. With the focus on Dundas Street and the Dundas name, there were considerations that the Dundas path might have been a path used by Indigenous people for centuries in this territory. However, scholarship and consultation with Indigenous leaders revealed that was not their consensus. And as a result, within the Community Advisory Council structure, the Indigenous leadership actually deferred to the Black community, given the nature of Henry Dundas's actions and the delay of the abolition of slavery, and it became focused on those matters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I just wanted to confirm, today when I was getting my tea, somebody said, I really don't want my tax dollars used for Sankofa Square. And I said, I'm sorry, they're not tax dollars. They're basically developer dollars. Can you confirm that? Section 37, these are from different developments that were allocated, probably before your time, Councillor Moyes, to what was soon to be Sankofa Square. So they're sweatered, they're dedicated, they're from a developer. So why does everybody think they're tax dollars?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can confirm these are not tax dollars. These are Section 37 funds that were received on two developments. The first is 311 Bay Street. The second was 825 Bay Street. And they were dedicated specifically for the use of Young Dundas Square.
Of that square, of
Yes.
that property, that city property, devoted to that city property,
Yes, that's correct.
And could you just say that again? There are no tax dollars harmed at this city property.
There are no tax dollars. These are Section 37 funds associated with two specific developments.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. To our CFO, just to follow up on that. If we weren't using Section 37 dollars from a development to make improvements to Young Dundas Square, where would we get the dollars to make improvements to Young Dundas Square?
Sorry, through the speaker. Not sure.
Where do we get other capital dollars for to make improvements to public assets?
We have a $50 billion capital
So if I
program
could help
that
and be
is-
succinct,
yeah.
does it come from the property tax base?
No, there'd be a mix. It'd be a mix between debt supported through the property tax base. There
Right,
would be Section
but point being,
37
in
development
part,
charges.
it's property tax, it's tax dollars.
I'd like to hear
Sorry?
the staff's answer.
in part, we fund those things from property taxes.
So we will look at funding certain capital investments through the tax dollars. I
Right.
think you'd probably see SOGR investments would be funded from property
Right.
tax supported debt.
Okay, thanks. To city staff, the report in front of us includes amendments related to the renaming of the square and the governing documents related to the board of directors and management. My questions relate to this in the multi-year strategic plan. When the advisory committee was struck on renaming and it was first set up, was it the intention that they would be responsible for selecting a single name to recommend for replacing Yonge and Dundas Square?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Bradford. At the time they were established, the city was responding to council direction to look at renaming Dundas Street. The square was not part of those original terms.
When we moved forward with Yonge Dundas Square, there was meant to be a public consultation on a short list recommended by the advisory committee. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Bradford, there were plans for an online consultation. However, due to certain matters such as the mayoral by-election, the committee's work was significantly delayed, and then decisions were taken that consultation had in fact taken place with members of the Community Advisory Council who had been selected for their relationship to various communities, and there were conversations minuted in those board meetings, in those committee meetings of late November late November 2021 and early 2022 about what people were hearing from their communities.
But is that different than the public consultation as originally directed and conceived?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Bradford, yes, that's different.
So then, in that sense, what public consultation was conducted regarding the name Sankofa Square before last December's council vote?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Bradford, as noted, members of the Community Advisory Council.
Separate, so just very quick, watching the clock, what public consultation outside of the Community Advisory Committee?
Outside of the Community Advisory Committee, there was not consultation on the name outside of the community.
Okay. To the General Manager of Yonge Dundas Square, in the attachment to the report, Yonge Dundas Square Board of Management prepared 3 possible budget scenarios for renaming the square. Is that correct?
Through Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct.
And what was the total projected cost for the most expensive one, including the Section 37 funding?
The board's midpoint and preferred option.
That's not my, what was the high point?
The highest one was $965,000, less the money that's been allocated from Section 37.
So in May of this year, Council heard from the city manager's response to an administrative inquiry that the only cost occurred to date was $7,910 used to decommission on-site signage. Is that figure still accurate today?
Through Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct.
What's the current status of Yonge Dundas Square's infrastructure and capital needs? Would you say that they're fully addressed?
It's through Madam Speaker to Councillor, there is a series of capital plans that have been submitted as part of the annual budget process, and we look.
Who funds those?
It comes through a mixture of, the City Treasurer mentioned, or Director of Finance mentioned.
All right, so you have capital needs related to Yonge Dundas Square that you're going to come to the City of Toronto for funding on?
That are in the 5 to 10 year range.
Are any of those related to safety infrastructure? Have you made investments to address, for example, hostile vehicle mitigation?
That was your last question.
Through Madam Speaker, yes, that is one of the items on our list, is to tackle hostile vehicle mitigation.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. So back in December, a motion without notice was introduced to set this process in motion. It was December 14th. It was introduced at about 10:30 in the morning, and then it was dealt with later in the day. I subsequently heard and learned and found out different things about process in the days leading up to that. I understand that rather hasty meetings were called to make decisions. So I think my question is to EDC. There was an administrative inquiry that was placed and answered just prior to that that gave the cost of Dundas Street's overall renaming. There's $13 million. Is there any connection to the information that was brought out in the administrative inquiry to what I would describe as a rather hasty set of events that led to the foundation of this motion coming forward and the name coming forward, Sankofa?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Holiday, I don't think there was a relationship such as you described.
None whatsoever. Can folks from the board say yes or no? Was there any relationship to work done at the board or through any of the renaming subcommittees between the sticker price of the Dundas renaming to having this here?
Through Madam Speaker to the Councillor, I confirm what Pat Tobin has said.
City Manager, any reason for you to suspect that there's any connection between the overall price of the Dundas renaming initiative from the administrative inquiry to this coming here?
No, there were no conversations I was a part of.
Fair enough. All right. So I just want to ask Mr. Conforti, Section 37 is being sort of carved off as not tax dollars. Are they public resources? Are they money? Are they money?
Section 37s are funds that the city owns.
Dollars. And it's typically used for, contributions to assets for the community.
So Section 37 agreements define the use of the funds. So it's the agreement itself that would have been established that defines the purpose and the use and the eligibility of those funds.
So what was the purpose of those funds? You said they came from 2 developments on Bay Street a few minutes ago. I take it was a long time ago, so certainly before anyone was thinking about renaming the square. What's the purpose of them?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it was specifically for the purpose of Young Dundas Square. I can't speak to the specific elements.
Okay, can anyone tell me, were there any other pressures or needs identified? I heard at the executive committee meeting something about security bollards. Nobody was addressing or highlighting any needs for that square up until now? Anybody? Money just sat.
Through Madam Speaker to the Councillor, capital improvements and state of good repair work has been part of our annual budget submission and is ongoing. And when those funds become available, we would typically then instigate that work.
So nobody drew on these funds for all that time to do any work, they just sat?
It's not the board directly that can use those funds. It has to come through City Council.
Besides a new sign, is there anything else you need?
There are many things. To echo
Give me an example. Something badly needed. Give me an example.
Earlier today. For example, there is no obvious access for persons using a wheelchair onto the performing stage.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
So I'm trying to raise the money for that.
May I ask EDC, can you give council, in the last minute or two that I've got, can you give us a little synopsis about the original vision of Young Dundas Square and its partnership with the business community, with entertainment? I guess it was called the Little Times Square. By the way, Times, I think, is New York Times, right?
Yes.
What was the vision in terms of sponsorships, name sponsorships, opportunities to name the square after opportunities to bring in money after names? Can you tell us what the original thought was?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Holiday, as you suggest, the square was set up different from other municipal squares with more of an economic development mandate in mind and community revitalization, neighborhood revitalization. And as that, it was to have a close relationship with the BIA and other surrounding anchor businesses so that it could develop funds in partnership, perhaps including sponsorships, to animate the square, revitalize the area, attract visitors and shoppers to the area, and support business in the area.
Thank you. That was your last question. Are there any further questions to staff? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I am going to be supporting this motion, but I do it with great reluctance because, in the view of my constituents, This has been about as badly handled as it could have been. There was a 2-year process in which the public was promised that there would be an expert committee and then public consultation, and with no notice, they didn't get a say. This was sprung on us at the December council meeting with no notice, no chance for the residents in the area. I'm the adjoining councillor. It abuts my ward. People in my ward are affected. Nobody got a chance to be consulted. And they bitterly resent how they were excluded from being involved in the naming of a central civic square that affects them, contrary to years of promises, and for no reason that's been given. Most constituents are angry about this. I get a lot of angry emails, but I get more angry emails about this than anything else. Most constituents feel the name chosen has nothing to do with them, nothing to do with Toronto, nothing to do with the values of the history of this city. They find the choice divisive, off-putting, tone-deaf to the will of the community. There are so many better names we could have chosen. We could have chosen Freedom Square or Equality Square or Welcome Square or any number of things, but there was no chance to have that conversation because of the process. Most particularly, people bitterly resent the idea that public money is going to be spent on this. And you'll remember when we got this matter in December, it came with a financial impact statement that said that there would be maximum $340,000 of cost, all of it covered by Section 37. And then if you read the report from the Square board, they say they can't do it for that. And you heard, we didn't get a clear commitment from anybody that there wouldn't be any money in the 2025 budget, although the mayor has said publicly that there won't be, and I really hope there won't be, because there will be such an outburst of fury if there is. I also have to say that most of my constituents, and I agree, are not persuaded that the allegations against Henry Dundas are justified. I am supporting it anyway for the following reasons. The first is the renaming of this square, with all of its unpopularity, was better than renaming all of Dundas Street, which would have been enormously expensive and is enormously disruptive to the people and the businesses in the whole south of my ward, which is something that the previous council had decided to do. And that would have been a very, very bad result. And to avoid that result, renaming the square was by far the lesser of those evils. I do also have to recognize that council has decided to go in this direction 3 times. First of all, in 2021, when they decided to go in the direction of renaming. Secondly, in December, with all the faults of that process. And then again, when I moved that we should reconsider, and council rejected that recommendation. So council has clearly set a direction, and I'm ready to stop fighting about it, although I won't stop fighting about whether public money goes into it. The third thing is, well, as I say, renaming this is a much lesser evil. But the fourth thing is I agree with some of the commentators who've been writing about this in the last couple of weeks, especially Ed Keenan and Alex Bozakovic, that the key issues for this square aren't its name. The key issues of this square are its disrepair, the lack of activities, the urgent need for this to be a fun, vibrant, safe, engaged part of the city, and that's what we need to be focusing on. And that's a standard it falls very, very far below. So I will support this bylaw. I hope that we have learned not to break our own rules on renaming, which we've done repeatedly, and the results are always bad. And I hope we've relearned that doing things without notice on matters of major public importance is a terrible idea. It undermines the legitimacy of this council. It undermines the legitimacy of our decisions. It disconnects people from this council. And it gives the impression that we don't care, we don't listen. And that is highly destructive to the social trust that we all depend on. We did this wrong. We better not do it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. May I have my motion? Can you just hold my time, Speaker? Just to give them a moment to put it up. Thank you, Speaker. My motion is simply to receive the item for information. Speaker, you know, we've heard and seen this in the newspaper. People are talking about it on the streets, in the grocery lines. If you're not familiar with Yonge Dundas Square, go on over. It's a block over. Soon to be, I guess, renamed. But use all of your senses. Use your sight. Use your ears. Use your nose. And I think you'll figure out that there's a lot of help needed for that square, despite it being a central attraction in this city. If you go online and you look and see what the comments are from people, you know, one comment that comes to mind is the reference to council as Muppets. I mean, I think people are thinking about us with contempt as we work through this. And I think you need to think about this. I don't need to stand here and try to convince you where public sentiment is. I'm sure you've heard it. Just open any newspaper and see what people really think. And, you know, for the record, I think the vast majority of the city of Toronto doesn't think we should be renaming this or many other things. And, you know, I don't need to litigate the academia on this. There's a couple of sides to it, but the anti and pro Dundas people have put their story out. It's there for you to read and make up your mind, but I think the public have. You can choose to believe it or you can choose not. You can choose to represent what people feel about this, or you can ignore them and do what you want. You'll be held accountable, I guess, in time over that. This all goes through on the record. So I started thinking through all of the political dimensions and all of this and why people are so vigorous about this. I just keep coming back to the money and back to political ideologies. So there's this kind of discussion right now about you know, the laurels of giving it a new name and what that says for certain communities in the city and tearing off the other name, and there's people fighting back and forth about that. But there's another council item here that truly signaled why all of this sidebar conversation is its own creation done by the political people in this city. And that was about the Moss Park Arena. That was about dismantling a board of governance over a functioning entity. And I was sitting in the executive committee watching the debate on this, and the aha moment was there when Deputy Mayor Cole moved a piece and he removed from the board's mandate to seek sponsorships, and he replaced it with a strategic plan. And I realized, I connected all the dots, and all of the other comments and actions from you know, certain members of council and their opinions on things. This is about socialism as far as I'm concerned. You know, it has to.
There's a red under your bed.
Okay, if I can can you give me a moment, Speaker?
Go ahead.
Now that I've caught their attention, I'll walk them through it. So these are people that are interested. Speaker, if I can.
Councillor Perks and Councillor Fletcher, please.
On a point of order. You know, can I have my point of order? Like,
yes.
Again, in this chamber, we've got hecklers and people that want to disrupt the ability to speak, to infringe on the rights of other members of council. This is not a joke. This is a serious issue. There's people watching. They're watching the Muppets in this chamber. I use that in quotes because that's what someone said. And so, and that's done in quotes.
Councillor, please. Councillor Holiday, please continue talking. I'm going to put your time back on, please.
Thank you, Speaker. So
go ahead.
So there's people that want to see bigger government. They don't want to see corporate sponsorships. They've said it in this chamber itself. And so it's about tinkering with the governance of a square, tinkering with what the board does to rule out or take away the ability. I've talked to people in the know that understand sponsorships and opportunities. There's enormous money that can be raised by assets like this. And so, you know, there's this case about renaming it and what to rename it, and then there's the fact that council's taking away so much ability and so much about what this square was envisioned to be. And it's what council is doing to the governance that's the backstory that no one wants to talk about. And it came out in the Moss Park discussion the other day, and it's a travesty. And to turn around and pretend that it, to cover this up as saying no tax dollars are being used. Section 37 are public resources. They can be used for so many different things. And you know what they're being used for? To take down and replace a sign there. And the square isn't going to be any fresher smelling or look any better or sound any better or be a more attractive place for visitors. And that's the backstory that people have to talk about instead of being seized over a side debate.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Your time's up.
Can I be hermit? I want to be hermit.
Okay. Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Morley to speak.
Speaker, through you to my colleagues and to members of the public, I do think that it's unfortunate we're continuing to have a conversation about a decision that we had previously made. And I do think that all of the hoopla and all of these sort of things that we've been navigating is a clear indication that, very unfortunately for us, racism is one of the most deep-seated and insidious scourges in our society, and it is absolutely alive and well. Black people are Canadians too. Black people pay taxpayer dollars too. So God forbid we put a couple of dollars towards a truth and reconciliation to hold space for community members who have long been disregarded and discarded in violent and traumatic ways. We continue to navigate our responsibilities as a governing body to hold space for all members of our community. And I think we all need to reflect on the spirit of Sankofa and the reason why, and a lot of this is really bringing up for me the importance of us moving forward in this good way. And so I appreciate that the process has not been perfect, but we've proven around this table that we can rename an asset with the quickness, without consultation. And we've seen that happen very recently. So let's not make a mockery of ourselves here today. We represent a city where more than 50% of our residents are racialized folks. My ancestors were brought here forcibly, not by their choice. And what they had to survive as a result of choices of others is unfortunate and has real and lasting impacts. So what can we do here today as we sit here in front of our teapot with our friends and community members in the Indigenous community and I thank them for their willingness to say, you know what, this is an important opportunity for members of the Black community in Toronto to be recognized. We've been here for a long time. We are Canadians too, and we deserve to have space held and to be honored in a good way in this city that we love so much. So I want to thank everybody for their time and attention to this matter. But I want to remind us that all of the concern that we often hear, I want us to really reflect on that. And again, think about the spirit of Sankofa and why it's important that we're doing this and continuing to move forward with the support of the board and the manager. And I thank them as well for their support. This is deeper than Dundas. This is deeper than Dundas. Let's not forget that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Moyes to speak.
Deputy Mayor Morley have said all that I wanted to say, and more. And for that, I'm going to sit. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't take too long because I believe that the Deputy Mayor has said very important words here today. Thank you. In the spirit of going back to go forward together, I will be supporting this motion today. Thank you.
Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to cast our eyes back. I looked at the Hansard Parliament in Britain, UK at the time. Allow me to read something which is really horrific. It's a description of people they found that had been enslaved. A boy about 12 years of age, loaded with an iron collar, chains, and log of wood, weighing 26 pounds. Old man, apparently 60 years of age, after having been severely beaten by his master, was placed in stocks with an iron collar around his neck and chains, weighing 20 pounds. A full-grown man, after a severe flogging with cart whipped, loaded with an iron collar and chains, weighing 21 pounds. 2 girls, 12 years of age, much marked by the effects of cart whipped, fastened together with iron chains around the neck, padlock weighing 18 pounds. And then one more, the boy around 15 years of age, a large iron chain around his neck fastened by a padlock, weighing about 22 pounds. Why do I read it? Because in the 15 years that Henry Dundas motion had passed, more than 2,000 more voyages arrived, carrying more than 583,000. That's over 500,000 African men, women, and children were enslaved. And slavery was called institutionalized manslaughter at the time. And it's interesting, the more I research on this, because there was a big debate about whether this person was just trying to get a compromise. Yes, we compromise as politicians, but you know, if you do a gradual delay, maybe 15 months, okay, 15 days, 15 months, he actively, according to the staff report, used all the influence he possessed to prevent the abolition question being raised at any rate, which is why the delay lasted 15 years. 15 years. And then on top of that, he worked hard to defeat subsequent bills. I didn't quite believe it. I went on the Hansard and looked myself and read it myself. Here is the person, Henry Dundas. And what we've done, and after reports by what our staff said, 20 scholars went through all of these details. I didn't find it myself. I just read the report in 2021. And after all of that, after we have said yes and yes and yes several times, and again, December of 2023, here we are when we asked to make a decision. And I see people walk back. Because why? Because there's all these lies saying that, oh, it's going to 12 million, and et cetera, all of these things that are in the public realm, which is not true. And those of you that did not stand, as you say, that is totally blatantly not true. We have that responsibility to call it out. It's clear who this person is. It's clear there's 20-plus scholars that have proven at the staff report. And it was very clear that it wasn't just a small delay, small amendment. It was not. He was a personal friend with the wealthiest West Indian enslaver, Simon Taylor, okay, and etc. I can go on and on about what he did. He mobilized the Scottish MPs against abolition, okay. He was, at the time, people thought that what he was doing was totally against abolition. Now, some people now revise history, okay? And usually people that have more power, more money, are able to do so. But if you really go and research it and look at the scholarly question, there's no question. And the harm that's being done is phenomenal. 500,000 people. Okay? So we have the Black community saying, look, we want to feel we belong. We want to be recognized. We want this harm to be recognized. We want to say that we are part of this city also. And, you know, wow. Thank you. You were just powerful, Deputy Mayor. So, like, let's move on.
Councillor, there was no motion. Oh. Councillor Holiday, question.
Can you remind me how long had
Mayor?
gone?
It's okay. Yeah,
Mayor,
because
so-
I spoke, he can ask questions.
Mayor, I listened to your speech. Your position is very clear on this, but I'll draw your attention. I placed a very deliberate motion back in December.
Back in when? December?
It's okay, I'll paraphrase it, but it basically said council to rescind its decision to rename Dundas Street. Because the motion that had been placed said, you know, pause. It was non-definitive. So here we've got a council that is moving forward on renaming a square. And I've heard members of council, not directly in a microphone, but off a microphone and other places, suggest that, you know, this was a step taken by Toronto so that the city doesn't have to rename Dundas. And I wondered if you could confirm to me, and you're very passionate about your belief on Dundas, is do you have other plans? Do you have other places you plan to rename? Are you going to rename the street?
Okay, Councillor Holiday,
Councillor
just ask your
Holiday
question.
allowed me to read what this title of this debate is. It's called a Governance and Operational Review of Sankofa Square. What part of the title do you not understand? This is, we are talking about the square.
I don't need
We're
to be
not talking
insulted
about
by the
Dundas
mayor.
Street. We're not talking about anything else. We are talking about the square.
I see.
And do I have any intention about the street? No. We are right now seized with this matter. And let's focus on it and not distract ourselves.
So respectfully, Mayor, your whole speech was about Henry Dundas.
Yes, it is.
So what
Because
else?
it's called Dundas Square.
So do you not think it's a fair question for me to ask what other plans there are beyond this?
Well,
with
what
respect
plan?
to Dundas?
Well, perhaps you didn't read the report. The report was very clear.
No, I got insulted,
The
not
report
just twice.
is that it directs the Sankofa Square
It's
Board
avoiding
of
the question.
Management to develop a multi-year strategic and business plan.
Do you support renaming Dundas Street?
Excuse
Councillor-
me, it's not in order.
Okay,
Your
hold on, please. Councillor Holiday. Okay, please. Yes, but let me speak, please. No, it's not 2 minutes. Sorry, Councillor Bravo.
It's okay, relax.
No, it's
Relax.
not when
Okay,
it comes
folks.
to the mayor. Okay, Councillor Holiday, please. The mayor has answered your question. Just ask the question on what's before us, please.
Well, I'm asking the
Okay.
question about Dundas, which was the entire speech that the mayor delivered. I want to know if the mayor supports renaming Dundas Street.
The mayor commented on that. She said no.
No, she didn't answer that
Yes,
question.
Please. The mayor said
I
no,
asked if
Councillor
she's going
Holiday.
to- That's my second question. I asked the mayor if she will rename
Was it
Dundas
a free
Street.
question?
And
Three minutes.
the mayor answered that question, and that was your last question.
Can you read the answer to me?
No.
That's my right.
The mayor said no. Thank you.
Can I, under the procedure bylaw, can I have?
Is it 5 minutes?
Councillor
Okay, I'll
Holiday,
raise the point of order when
your
I find
time
it.
was up, sorry. Councillor Carroll to speak. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had quite a set to this morning when I stopped by the radio station, as I do every Thursday morning. And on the way out, had a real off-air Barney with my good friend Jerry Agar. And he said an interesting thing on the program afterwards. You know, at one point I said, this means something serious to me. This is personal, as it is for so many Torontonians. Not on behalf of myself. I'm a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Canadian. I am descended from people who benefited from the slave trade, did not suffer it. They benefited, and I am benefiting to this day. From the day I left home as a teenager, I had no worries whatsoever if I walked into an apartment building and asked the landlord for an apartment. any little course or job or whatever I wanted to do. I'm white, Presbyterian, grew up in Don Mills. I have been benefiting from the fact that my ancestors benefited from the slave trade for a long time. But it's personal to me because of my grandchildren. My grandchildren are persons of color. And the reaction of the radio jock, the talk jock, was to say on the air that I'm weaponizing them. Madam Speaker, since October 7th, we have been sensitive and doing our utmost to be sympathetic, indeed to be fearful of the safety of people who might, by their very heritage, be threatened in this conflict, be victims of hate as a result of this conflict. Councillor Sachs, Councillor Pasternak was targeted in this chamber, and we all felt for him. And we didn't think he was weaponizing his faith. We cared deeply about what he was going through, what my colleagues are going through, what Councillor Matlow's not in the chamber right now, but I care deeply about what he is going through. That's not weaponizing. We're sensitive to each other because we're human beings. And we're all descendants of one situation or another, but we need to be sensitive of each other's heritages and what it means, what pain it might be causing one another. For my ancestors, not a lot of pain, just a whole lot of privilege. A whole lot of privilege. But right now, there are a whole lot of Torontonians, probably not the people I see along the back row, not the person videotaping me right now, certainly, but many Torontonians are feeling pain because we're having this debate. For some reason, it's a terrible outrage that we should do something that acknowledges their past in one tiny spot in the city. And for some reason, that garners 30,000 signatures, whole lot of organization, and outrage right, left, and center. We can pass endless motions about protecting against anti-Semitism hate or anti-Muslim hate, and we can camp out anywhere we want in town and continue to talk about that. But we've gotten so used to the fact that lots of people hate black people, so we can just laugh about it and talk about it, move all sorts of goofy motions, talk process, so that we can appease the residents who are having a problem with this out of their white privilege, and act like that's not a problem. Madam Speaker, that's a big problem. You're causing people pain right this very minute because you can't do this one thing for them with money that's not even coming out of their property tax dollars. Connect the dots. Connect the dots. Am I in a tacit way calling people racist right now? Oops, I guess I am. And you know what is the trickiest thing that racists like to do? They like to act like the worst thing in the world is calling someone a racist and be all outraged because, oh, are you calling me a racist? You know what's outrageous? Being one. That's what we should be outraged about. Someone clearly being one. And if you are outraged about that, then accept the governance review and get on with Sankofa Square. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng to speak.
I want to thank Deputy Mayor Morley for putting her heart in this space and filling our hearts with her words. As all of us have seen in our inboxes, it's a difficult issue for a lot of people. And ironically, this issue is here because we came to a compromise. Instead of naming a whole street, we wanted to save money and time, and the compromise was we would choose a handful of assets, we would rename them, and we can move on in the spirit of protecting our difficult financial resources. And since the name change was voted in, I have to say I did struggle with the process, similar to my colleague, Councillor Sachs, but the name and the word Sankofa has grown on me. It is a beautiful word. It is lyrical and sound, and its meaning is profound. Learning from the past to build the future. And together. And we should do that. We should learn from the past and work together to build a beautiful future. I want to acknowledge that there are a lot of angry and fearful people out there. And we can't just ignore them, because strengthening participation and trust in our democracy is important. It's important that people don't write us off, because we've been elected to represent them. So here we are at a difficult juncture, and I think this conversation and the many votes that have come here has been so hurtful to so many people. To keep rehashing, one day our choices here at Council are going to be viewed by decades later, a new value set. They're going to look at us and say, oh my gosh, look at what those people did. How could they do that? So putting Henry Dundas on trial, I think that's been difficult for a lot of people. And I don't think it's necessarily fair to his family. I don't think that we should be putting historical figures on trial, nor do I think we should, in that process, then minimize the pain and impact of slavery. I think all of that has taken us off course, which is that Yonge and Dundas Square is desperately in need of a revitalization. And I remember when we all worked together to name Skydome. I don't know if you remember that beautiful moment. It was a name we all got behind, and it was just a beautiful thing that happened. And my invitation to the 30,000 people who signed this petition and to the greater Torontonians of our city, we've come to this point because we have worked hard to come to a compromise. We're trying to save city money while acknowledging pain and trying to build reconciliation into our city. Can we bring the same visionary emotion of recasting what Yonge and Dundas Square can be? Can we embrace the idea of Sankofa? Can we learn what it means? Can we say the word a few times and get used to it? It will take time. For some people, it's a word they've never heard before, and it feels uncomfortable, it feels foreign. But I think that we have an opportunity to learn from the word, to learn from this process, and moving forward, let us focus on the good we can do, attacking each other, the past. Yes, we have to learn from history, but let us imagine a great future for Sankofa Square. So I will be supporting this motion, and I think we should invite everyone who's been fighting so hard against it to say the words a few times, and let us embed this idea that we can learn from the past and move forward together in our hearts. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I actually wasn't going to speak on this issue because I've spent a lot of time as Chair of Economic Development before many of my colleagues who are actually very active on this issue today arrived. And thank you very much for being here and taking the lead on this. I first of all want to thank Cheryl Blackman. Cheryl Blackman basically did the heavy lifting as part of this process. She would report to me and Mike Williams, and later Pat Tobin, obviously part of this group, and so on. I want to thank her because she did a lot of work. She absorbed a lot of the blow that basically she had to take from a lot of people, quite frankly. I want to say that this is a deep matter. It runs deeper than whatever the dollars are that we want to look at the three option that the general manager of the square have stated. It's really important to understand as we talk a little bit about funding and monies and so on. We have to remember, if we talk about this square and the naming, that's one issue. The complementary piece of this in talking about this is about things that happened a long time ago, and so many people benefit from it today. So many people are not benefiting and have actually suffered the scourge of slavery, for example. We remember that 2 million plus people died as part of the transatlantic slave trade that took place. We remember that over $500 million was paid to France out of Haiti's fund. The challenges that Haiti's having today stems from that situation. We remember that we recognize that in Britain, they paid over 20 million pounds to slave owners in order to abolish slavery, similar in the United States. In Canada, almost 5,000 slaves that existed back in the day, slave owners were compensated as well. To what degree, I'm not sure, because that history has not been written, because it wasn't being written by those who had a different view and a perspective. Everywhere we have seen the transformation of change, there's always been the acceptance from those who benefit, except when the change transform to ensure that those who were slaves potentially can benefit, whether or not it's just a visual or in the sake of a name. So what do we have? We have this idea that somehow we talk about using resources, that somehow the pittance of resources that are being asked for is equivalent to the $500 million that was paid to France, the $20 million that was paid in Great Britain, the millions of dollars that were paid in the United States, all for property. I would have been property back in the day. Well, I'm nobody's property, I'm my own person. But you have to also remember, we're not allowed to educate black people in order to write a part of the history. Much of the history that we know was not written by the ones who were enslaved. So we hear this about scholars and so on, we have to rely on them. And this notion that, well, this scholar said, no, that wasn't the case. Well, the fact of the matter is that those who have their names in our street and in our square, those who have never spent a day here, but had their surrogates speaking for them. The transformation is now. We need to move forward. There's a history of negative aspects and ownership and slavery. We're not dwelling on that. What we're saying is, let's go forward, but together. But don't forget what's behind us. I want everything for Councillor Carroll's grandson that I want for Councillor Holliday's grandson in this great city, for us to work together, for us to have a city that is recognized globally as a place where we can come in harmony. For those who want to disjoint and create this fraction of, in some cases it's hatred, but in other cases it's just not being aware. This is an opportunity to teach and learn and to live peacefully and prosper. So don't take this notion of spending a few tax dollars as being somehow that we're giving things away. We've given enough as black people. It's an opportunity now for us to collaborate and work together. Those are the things I wanted to say, Speaker.
Okay, please, we know there's no applause in the council chambers. That's including the council members. Okay. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Speaker, thank you. I have a motion here that gets to the issue of the process and the priorities that some of us are struggling with. And it would direct the Young Dundas Square Board to dedicate the Section 37 funds to make improvements to accessibility and safety, including the hostile vehicle mitigation program, rather than spending those funds on new signage and a marketing campaign. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with the General Manager of Young Dundas Square, as well as city staff here to help put this together. Now, I know that we're not directly addressing the renaming today. And I know that it's a very sensitive and personal and emotional issue. And I want to acknowledge Deputy Mayor Morley's words and Councillor Thompson's words, which were very powerful and heartfelt. And I'm sorry for the pain that people are feeling with this discussion. To me, though, this does come back to the process here at City Hall. And I think you could go out and find Torontonians that support the idea of renaming the square, for sure. And I think even more people could support renaming, except that this was railroaded through with a process that just walked a motion onto the floor last December. I want to highlight a couple tweets from Sitaram Kalawan Singh, who was a former city councillor and a member of the advisory committee that was involved in this process. 4 days after that council vote in December, she wrote, quote, "The committee was tasked with producing a short list for public input. That was discussed at each of the 18 committee meetings. The process abruptly changed by City Council through a member's motion." She followed up on the 20th and she wrote, quote, "The renaming committee met 18 times before December 12th to develop a short list for public input. The meeting on December 5th was canceled. Prior to December 12th, the mayor and perhaps Moise met with co-chairs. The committee was informed on December 12th when the mayor attended and gave direction." So the mayor and the councillors are hanging their hats on the fact that there was a hand-picked advisory committee, and the members of that committee, some of them anyways, reject that the idea that they were meant to be the final deciders. They acknowledge that part of that process was to go out to the public, to consult. The chair and the vice chair of Young Dundas Square actually resigned over this matter. Now, we've had a lot more debate on this issue today, post-December, than we did with that walk-on motion to rename it last year. The process has been a failure. It's just been a failure, and we should not be so embarrassed as a council to recognize that a mistake was made and chart a new path to try and get this right. Nearly $1 million could be spent on this renaming. And that's funding that a lot of Torontonians agree could be spent elsewhere. We need to read the room here, guys. The mayor tabled a tax increase that was nearly 10% this year. It's the highest in the city's history. The city has never been more expensive. Crime is up right now, transit's dysfunctional, and Torontonians are really struggling. Did you ever think that maybe that is why people are upset about this? I walked over to Young Dundas Square today over the lunch hour, and I spoke to probably about a dozen people in the square. I spoke to some of the local businesses. They all had a lot of issues. They were talking about safety. They were talking about affordability. I talked to the barber shop there, talked about the need to, in the evening, escort the clients out back to their vehicles after they get their hair cut. Nobody said that this needed to be done right now when it's measured against all the other challenges that we're facing here in the city. So I would hope that council could agree. This is an opportunity to pause. If we want to revisit renaming, if you want to do that, let's just have a process around it, because we didn't do that. And what I saw at executive committee last week when this was in front of it, and we had deputants, the condescension in some of the councillors' voices, the admonishing of these people because their views were different, the suggestion that everybody was a racist because they were questioning the decision of council, those are valid questions to ask. And their character shouldn't be impugned because of that. And I think all of us need to reflect on that as elected officials, how we engage with the public. It's a difficult conversation to have, yes, but let's have a conversation. And I don't think that this council has done that.
Thank you,
so
Councillor.
Here's an opportunity to reset.
Thank you. And we do have a question for you. Please do not applause, please, please. We do have a question. 3 minutes, Councillor Morley. Clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I'm just in the spirit of process, and thank you, Brad, for your acknowledgement. Councillor Bradford, I appreciate that. Did you vote to support the renaming of the Rob Ford Stadium when it came forward to council in December without a process?
I think I was at taking my daughter to the dentist, but I would have voted for it.
Okay, and just wanted to highlight for the record the lack of process in that happened, which council was able to move forward with that. And so I just want to bring to your attention the message that this kind of position tells to folks. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it's a little bit of a hypocritical position, and I won't be supporting your motion. Thank you. I asked my question and I said a couple comments.
I'm sorry, Speaker. I mean, there was a speech in place of a question. Do you believe that hostile vehicle mitigation, safety, or accessibility is hypocritical? Because
No.
I think I heard that answer.
No, I mean, that's what the general manager of the
Thank you.
square said that they need.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I was not going to speak because I felt that, in particular, Deputy Mayor Morley said everything that needed to be said. But seeing this motion that Councillor Bradford has advanced, I think just highlights and underlines and punctuates exactly what our colleagues have said in this chamber, which is that we're leaning on process, which was flawed, as we know, in the Rob Ford Stadium naming, but would have been supported by Councillor Bradford. However you want to characterize that, it could be characterized as a contradiction. The harm that it does when we hang our hat on process to cover over the fact that for many decades, and in fact in Canadian context centuries, real harm was done. When you hear our colleagues reference what happened in the Middle Passage, the transatlantic slave trade, my kids know this. My kids know this. Everybody in Toronto knows this. So the harm that's done when my colleague spends his time to go to the square to make a video that he can use to promote himself on the back of this idea that this is a small symbolic way to repair harm, with the notion of moving forward in the full knowledge of what happened in the past, I think that is compounding the hurt that you already heard in here. And I think that we all can accommodate our scruples around a process that wasn't perfect, to listen to the people that are in this chamber, the staff that are here witnessing this, who are working in the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. We can honor all the statements that have been made in this chamber previously, the policies that have been adopted, with one small act of solidarity. And I'll tell you something, there are a lot of processes here that I don't 100% love. But in this situation, if you are going to hang your hat on the idea that not every I was dotted and every T was crossed, to not repair harm and compound it with this kind of language and these kinds of choices, I say I apologize. I apologize to my colleagues who are sitting in here, who have spoken, and the ones that didn't speak, and I apologize to staff, and I apologize to the people of Toronto, because it isn't just Black people that feel harmed by the transatlantic slave trade. I feel harmed knowing that human beings did that one to the other, and that a lot of what we have here was built on that blood, that sacrifice, that violence, that suffering. Sankofa, live with it. It means moving forward together in the knowledge of the past and the harm that was done. And I implore everybody to please bring more love, more understanding, more compassion, because for some people, this is an existential hurt that they carry intergenerationally. Please, let's just show some love here and do the thing that we said we would do before, and just move forward together.
Can we put the motions? Please, no applause, please, please. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen, please. Okay? Motion 1 by Councillor Holyday. Recorded vote. you want to ring the bells? Recorded vote, yes.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please?
I vote I'm in the negative.
In the negative? Thank you. Councillor Canada, how do you vote, please?
Negative.
Motion to receive the item does not carry. The vote is 5 to 18.
Next motion. Recorded vote. Please. I know, but it's, can you just hold on? No, I can't because I don't think you can do that. Well, okay, you should have asked the question when the motion was moved. Okay, the motion is in order.
Members, while that was happening, the vote timed out, so we're reopening the vote here. Councillor Crisanti, your vote, please. Councillor Cole, are you able to vote using the system?
I'm in the negative.
Councillor Canavelle, how do you vote, please?
Negative.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 5 to 18.
On the item? Yes, on the item, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please?
The affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Canadell, how do you vote, sir?
Negative.
Councillor Canadell? The motion, or I'm sorry, the item is adopted. The vote is 17-6.
Okay, our next item. Councillor Fletcher.
I just have to note that never in all of my years have I seen a councillor try to overturn a Section 37 direction, and I hope that is not how this council will proceed from here on. Never has that ever happened previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is EC 13.8, the city's encampment approach. Councillor Bravo, you held the item down. Do we have questions on the item? If you can just put your name on the screen, please. I'm sorry, hold on, I can't hear you.
I'd like to speak last as committee chair.
Sure, but we're just going to questions right now. Does anybody have any questions on the item? Nobody? Okay, Councillor Sachs. Or Councillor Burnside, questions? Please, Councillor Burnside, questions. And Councillor Sachs, if you have questions, can you please put your name on the screen?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, probably Mr. Tanner, but not necessarily. There's a narrative that seems to be, if not in the report, sort of within the city about enforcement action when it comes to encampments, that's led by police in terms of direction. Do police make that decision, or is that a decision made by the city requesting the police? Madam Speaker, can you put my time on hold? Like, it's so loud here. And just let people clear out if you don't mind.
Time over because there's so much noise in here. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Did you get that, Mr. Tanner?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Burnside, you're good to go?
Oh, nice to see your smiling face.
That's it. Go for it.
Thank you.
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor Burnside. The management of encampments, including enforcement, is managed by city staff. And you're right, we would call on police or corporate security if there were safety issues at play with respect to those actions.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that narrative. You talk about housing as a human right. What does that actually mean?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor Burnside, this report, first off, is a response to two ombudsman's reports related to the clearings of encampments.
Madam Speaker, sorry for interrupting. Can we put time on hold and wait till everyone clears?
Can we just get some quiet here for these questions from Councillor Burnside about to the staff? Thank you.
I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go for it.
Oh, I've asked a question. I just wanted to wait because it's a little bit loud and Mr. Tanner isn't.
Okay.
Why don't we just put everything on hold?
Are you still here in the chair? I'll figure it out. I think you're good.
Thank you.
Just a small murmur, not a loud yell.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Okay,
Thank you
go
for your
that.
consideration. So I was just asking about the clarification as housing as a human right. What does that actually mean in this context?
Thanks, and through the speaker to you, Councillor Burnside. So first, this report is a response to two ombudsman's reports related to encampments clearings in the summer of 2021.
Sorry, I am going to interrupt and ask the staff, Young Dundas, Sankofa Square, Board of Management, Mr. Seath, sorry, everybody.
My time's getting killed here, Madam Speaker.
I know you're getting killed. It's time to stop.
getting
We have
destroyed.
questions. We're on a different item. I'm going back to start your time over again.
You are so extremely reasonable. I thank you for your
Thank you
consideration.
for saying that. Okay, here we go.
Thanks. So through the speaker to you, Councillor Burnside, as I said, a response to the Ombudsman's recommendations. In the report from the Ombudsman, they asked staff to take a rights-based approach to supporting people in encampments, and that's what Council had directed us to do. So a rights-based approach really looks at prioritizing people who are living in encampments and are the most vulnerable. It recognizes that encampments are a symptom of systemic issues such as housing affordability, poverty, and other social issues. It requests us to have meaningful participation or include people living in encampments in decisions that affect them, providing for and facilitating access to health, mental health care, other supports, and using all available tools and options without the use of enforcement to move people into shelter and housing.
Okay, so to follow up on that, if someone's encamped in a park, would their right to housing is a human right, supersede someone in the general public's right to use that public park? Let's say, for instance, it's on a baseball, the encampments are on a baseball diamond, and folks want to play baseball. And not to trivialize it, I just want to give you that context.
Right, so through the speaker to you, Councillor, again, a rights-based approach, as we talked about and as indicated by the Ombudsman and talked about by the Federal Housing Advocate, talks about prioritizing people who are living at encampments. But certainly we try to ensure that all people have access to parks in the city, and that includes people who might be living outdoors. And again, you know, the city believes that the fundamental solution to these issues is additional supportive housing and rent-geared income housing.
Right, through you, through the speaker. I'm still not clear, though, if those rights supersede someone's right to use a park.
I could pass this to our city solicitor just to comment basically from here. Thanks.
Thank you.
City Solicitor?
So first of all, the right to housing is a concept that the United Nations recognizes and that the City of Toronto included in its housing charter. That inclusion is a signal that Council will apply that lens when making policy and other decisions. The right to housing is, it's not a guarantee that the city will provide housing to every person, but it is a commitment that Council has made to, again, apply that lens in making its decisions. When balanced against the right of others to use a park, there is some case law that recognizes that that is a factor to be considered when making decisions about encampments. So there is always a weighting of various factors when making these sorts of decisions.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. So in a situation, and you know, maybe this is a little too clear cut, but in terms of, let me ask this: what circumstances would warrant enforcement? So I know that BC Court of Appeal decision, if we don't have shelter to offer someone, they have the right to be in a park from 7 p.m. to 9 a.m. And I believe we're still applying that decision. But if we have shelter, for instance, to offer someone, and it's refused numerous times, I don't know if there is a threshold, but would that trigger some sort of enforcement?
Yes.
Like what is that threshold, I'm guessing?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, look, there's a couple of issues we look at. One is health and safety, and so we might take immediate action when there's an immediate health and safety, life safety issue to ask people to move along. There are issues also that after working for a long period of time with individuals, if they continue to refuse or decline our services of support, that we might use enforcement or ask people to move along at that time also.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, thank you. I do appreciate your direct answers. Thank you. My last question is, for folks living in parks, and I know it's hard to characterize because everyone is really an individual case, Is this as much about a mental health crisis as it is about a housing crisis for those specific folks?
Through the speaker to you, certainly many people that we see living in outdoor spaces, in parks and encampments are struggling with unmet health, mental health issues and substance use issues. And, the staff do a lot of work to try to get them connected in those spaces, but certainly that is a common issue that we see.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for your consideration.
You got so much extra time, don't you forget that. Okay, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you to Mr. Tanner. So, Mr. Tanner, you've confirmed that there are 345 individuals in encampments across the city?
That's very good, yes.
So it is a number that fluctuates, and currently we're reporting 329 encampments across the city.
Right, and you're expecting that that's about you told me that's about 345 individuals, roughly, correct?
Plus or minus, that could be in the range, yes.
Right, and you told me that based on your available data, 60% of those have mental illness, 60% have addictions, and there's some overlap but unspecified, correct?
There are those significant issues, yes.
Right. And you're aware that there are multiple encampments in Ward 11 and that have been there consistently for the last several years?
Through you, yes, I'm aware.
And you're aware that there's hundreds of thousands of people in this city who have no private outdoor space and need parks for mental and physical health, correct?
Correct.
And my office has consistently conveyed to you the community concerns about these encampments, which have included rapes, fires, open use of illegal drugs, trash, theft, interference with nearby schools, playgrounds and businesses, damage to parks, harassments of passers-by, a firefighter smashed in the face with a pipe, and continuing breach of fire orders, right? We've communicated all of this to your office.
You have been in touch with our office, and we've done a lot to intervene and try and mitigate those issues.
Well, I am not denying that you and your staff are working hard. My point is it hasn't made the problems better, and that today we still have multiple encampments in Rosedale Valley, right in front of Sick Kids Hospital, every park in Kensington, and in St. Stephen's, directly in direct breach of the fire safety order, correct?
I'd have to defer that to fire services.
All right, well,
Is there someone here from Fire Services? Could I'll just hold your time for a second, or I'll give you that extra time in a minute. Here's Deputy Chief.
Right.
Larry Coco, thank you, Deputy.
Right. So, Deputy Chief, all right, maybe you can hold my time because it's still running.
I'll add it, don't worry.
Thank you. So, Deputy Chief, your department issued an order requiring all the fire exits from St. Stephen's be clear. You've issued that order quite some time ago. You've done several efforts to enforce it. That fire exit's blocked again, correct?
I don't have a recent update, Councillor, on that specific address. I can have an undertaking on that. I wasn't prepared for that specific address today. But I will tell you that under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, when we issue an order, our staff will follow up as per the timelines and take corrective action if they're in non-compliance with the order.
Well, that's the theory, but that fire lane's blocked again. And it's been blocked almost every time I've checked for the last year and a half. Back to Mr. Tanner. Mr. Tanner, all of the individuals in St. Stephen's and the other encampments in my ward, they've all been offered shelter more than once, correct?
I can't say that they all have been offered. We've been working quite consistently at 103 Bellevue Square for quite some time, so we're engaged with those folks and they're still in the park.
Right, and they've all been offered shelter on multiple occasions.
I won't talk about, universally. It tends to change the population over time, but we've been at those locations consistently over the period of time that you were talking about.
Offering them shelter.
Offering supports, shelter, yeah.
All right. Now, the report that you have today, one other thing. Even when you had a specific court order authorizing you to clear the encampments in St. Stephen's Church, you didn't do it. They're still there.
The court order wasn't a direction to clear the encampment. It was to reduce the fire load of combustibles on the site, which we continue to work on.
Right, but you did have specific court authority. You were asked, an injunction was asked for to prevent you from clearing it. The injunction was refused, and it's still not cleared.
It's still not cleared.
All right. So what's going to change now? What can you tell my constituents who are suffering constant damage from these encampments. What's going to be different this summer?
So I just remind the councillor through the speaker that this report is a response to an ombudsman's investigation and 2 reports directing city staff to take a rights-based approach and to make a number of different changes. So what's different in this report is a few things. One is our enhanced outreach model that we're deploying to places like Allen Gardens that build off the Dufferin Grove approach, where we've had great success in reducing the number of encampments in that park from probably around 90 down to about 5 at this point. And further to that, it's looking at our shelter and improving safety in the shelter system and continuing to highlight the need for more access to deeply affordable and supportive housing.
But none of that is translating into clearing the encampments in my ward.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, there continue to be encampments in your ward, and city
That's your
staff
last question.
continue to work around the clock to reduce encampments where we can find people to bring them indoors.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How many encampments did we have through the winter?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, I'd have to check. I'd tell you that this past winter was a milder winter, so we saw people stay out over the course of the winter and not come indoors. That meant that we started the spring season with more people in the parks as we started.
So in a sense, we were lucky that it was a mild winter.
Certainly we were lucky it was a mild winter in terms of the number of people who remained outdoors.
And I don't think this winter is projected to be as warm. The federal funding that was promised for encampments, do we know the timeline on that or Toronto's allocation?
In the recent federal budget, through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, there was $250 million that was announced to support communities across Canada in dealing with and supporting folks in encampments. There was a criteria for province to cost match that funding investment, but we remain waiting on details as to how that will be deployed and under what criteria.
And is that important for us to know as soon as possible so that we can prepare for winter, ensure that we can house everybody indoors during the cold weather?
Yes, very.
And are we continuing to have those conversations with the federal and provincial government in that? And are they both at the table? Like, is the conversation going well?
The conversation continues with both the federal and provincial governments.
And should we all be pushing our local MPPs and MPs to make a deal to get that money flowing to Toronto as soon as possible?
That would all help.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. So can you just take me through the procedure and notice that you have to give when encampments are up, as we get a number of them up in Etobicoke North on a frequent basis? What's the procedure to assist people that are living in that environment?
Yes, thanks for the question. Through the speaker to you, Councillor. So first off, it's about notification, finding out where an encampment is and dispatching our encampment team, parks ambassadors, or our street outreach teams to assess who is there and what their needs are. It's about looking at those needs and matching them to available shelter space that we may have and determining if individuals are willing to go into those spaces. And then at times it's about continuing to go back to those locations to connect with and build relationships with people, so at times that they can accept those offers of support. After a period of time, if we're not successful, we do have the ability to post notice, which is a 72-hour notice on tents or encampments to ask people to vacate, and over the course of those 72 hours continue to provide outreach and support to people with the hope that they'd accept those offers of support.
So I'm still not clear. So from start to finish, 72 hours, at what point does that notice kick in?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, it's not upon our first visit. Staff would continue to visit a site and determine what people's needs are. Again, through the speaker to you, this report is responding to an ombudsman's investigation that asked us to take a rights-based approach to this work and to do as best we can to connect with people, understand what their needs are, and connect them with appropriate shelter or housing supports.
So is there ever an attempt to have a more proactive approach? In other words, if there's regular security monitoring a specific location and they see that an encampment is in the process of being put up, at that point, just before actually it does get put up, before anybody gets settled, if they're approached at that point, then it doesn't go up. They can be asked to leave that site, and then assistance could be given to them to find alternate housing.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'd say two things. One is, we have 1,500 parks in the city, so very costly to have security spanned out in each park to intervene in that way. And secondly, we also must have shelter space in hand, which at times can be difficult given how busy and full the shelter system is.
Well, I'm referring to not parks at the moment, even though that is an issue in parks. I'm referring to like a commercial street and public property, and also at the site on Islington Avenue. From what I understand, and you could verify that, I believe we have always 7 to 10 security guards that are there in a 24-hour period, right?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, that location I think is on a public right-of-way, you're right. So same approach. And our teams have been working hard and have moved a number of people off that site as soon as they've developed tents or put up tents to get them into shelter. And there are people that continue to come back to that space. So it's an ongoing piece of work to connect with the folks that are there and get them connected to service.
So it's an ongoing work in process. Have you been able to determine what seems to attract encampments right at a point where, there's no room at the shelter? So is there information that's going out suggesting that there is room and then there isn't, and then they end up setting up? How does that take place? That's way out of the way for many people. There are no amenities in that area, no resources.
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, we're seeing encampments in parts of the city. We haven't seen them before.
Absolutely.
And this location is one that has been busy over the course of this summer. I don't have information to suggest why there's a particular attraction to that location. But we continue to provide our outreach and supports to people that go there.
Do you have enough resources to monitor encampments citywide and certainly up in my area?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, we do have comprehensive teams that work 24/7 across the city. We always, looking to use the resources we have in the best way possible. Part of the situation is, though, there are many people out on the street at this point because there is not adequate availability in supportive or rent-geared income housing.
Okay, that's your last question. Can I have a quorum call because we only have 9 members in the council chambers?
Madam Speaker, there are 19 members present in the chamber.
Thank you. Okay, if we can maybe try to move this along so we can get the council agenda completed. Councillor Holiday.
Solicitor, yesterday we were talking about our shelter strategy, and there was something unique that came up, and it was talking about micro shelters. And I don't equate micro shelters to an encampment, but they're certainly not the same as an institutional setting where you've got, a defined shelter building. It's a little different. And I just wondered, is there a continuum here at which the assembly of people that are sheltering or encamping becomes an institution of the city? In other words, if we're condoning that these places continue to exist and we're putting supports into there, do they start to become a municipal institution?
So I'll answer generally because I think you're asking, through you, Madam Speaker, about risk of permitting this sort of permitting encampments on city land.
Yeah, and I recognize we're not permitting them in the report, but we're also not disallowing them. We're in sort of an intermediary point here.
So generally speaking, the city, under the Occupiers Liability Act, does have a duty of care to take reasonable precautions to ensure that those who use its property for the intended purpose or other permitted purposes are safe.
Okay, and if people are using it for not intended purposes, does that then place that activity outside of that duty of care?
There are some activities that are prohibited in parks because they are contrary to city bylaws, and the city can choose to take enforcement action. I believe you're asking whether continued use of the property for those activities might expose the city to certain risks. And my answer is, again, I'm speaking hypothetically and very generally here because we don't have specific facts in front of us.
Right.
But if there are safety risks associated, then there could be exposure to the city, yes.
Councillor Perks, I don't remember if it was on camera or if he mentioned something yesterday. It was interesting. He was talking about how the OLT defines certain installations as housing. And, therefore, they have to be looked at through a certain set of lenses. As residential use. Thank you, Councillor Perks. At what point does, and I think it's just say there's a spectrum of an encampment to a collection of micro shelters to one of those quick builds to, a bricks and mortar institute. At what point does it cross the threshold of being residential?
So that's something we'd have to look at on a case-by-case basis.
Fair
An
enough.
encampment is certainly, it looks very much like camping. And, but other uses are more along the lines of being residential use. And I believe we were talking yesterday about zoning, really.
Right, and okay, so maybe, would it be fair to say that's a discussion for another day?
Yes.
Under other
Yes,
circumstances
definitely.
of all those little bits and things, like those trailer-type micro shelters and things, and you get a collection of those, and at what point is that a
We'd have to look
residential?
at that more carefully.
Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we want to get this item down. If you already know what the answers are, Councillor Cheng, question, please. If you already know what the answer is, maybe we can move it along. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering, in my ward, I'm also having some challenges, in particular when there's an encampment right beside a children's summer camp and a public swimming pool. And is there any prioritization around how we treat situations like this? Because I've had parents who are now saying they're going to withdraw their kids from camp because of some of the aggressive behaviors that have happened.
Yes, thanks for the question. Through the speaker to you, Councillor. Staff do their best to prioritize the resources we have to concentrate on those parks or public spaces that have a recreational use. So the example you provide would direct us to prioritize that location for service, as well as some of the enhanced sites that we have, such as Allen Gardens and Clarence Square.
So we know that there is a potential of researching future tiny pallet type structures as a temporary shelter to alleviate encampments as a potential thing that we're researching. But is there a potential of sanctioned encampment sites that are where supports and access to kitchens and washrooms is made available? Since if we're saying, in essence, there are areas in our city we really don't want encampments to happen because of the competing interests of use and the other vulnerable populations that need that space, is there the potential, and I don't know what size, would be manageable, but is there a potential of sanctioned encampment locations where supports are provided to circumvent some of the areas where we are finding these pressured situations happening?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, we'd need to take that away. I think the thought of quick wins that might provide may have a number of other unintended consequences with respect to, that sort of approach. Our focus is very much right now on our capital infrastructure plan. It's around, supporting getting more folks out of the shelter system and increasing shelter flow so we can bring more people in and connect them to service.
When I visit some of the encampments in my neighborhood, I see quite a lot of ingenuity and resilience because they're able to cobble quite incredible structures and resources. I see cooking stations that are quite organized and very clean, in fact. And is there a potential also to help these individuals find employment, because clearly they have some really great skills that could be used and benefit society and themselves?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you might find some people are employed actually that are still living in our parks and elsewhere. Some folks, though, would be quite a ways away from the labor market based on other challenges they might have. But I think our staff are very creative to try and think about how they can support people, and the folks are very resilient, as you suggest.
Are there opportunities for councillors to visit the encampments in their ward with your staff? Because I think it's important that we get to know these constituents in our ward that we don't traditionally have close interaction with, for an opportunity to better understand the challenges they face?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we'd be happy to set that up for you or other councillors who might be interested.
Great, thank you so much.
Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I have one question for the city manager. Did you have a chance to look at the letter sent by the federal housing advocate to the City of Toronto Council about the direction that we're heading in, and that it indicates that we're aligned with where the federal government might be headed in relation to encampments?
Through the speaker, I did, and pleasing but not surprising to me to see that we're on the right track. When I look at the work done by our shelter services and support team, we are matching very much where the community and, as you can see through the federal government, want to go. We have taken a human rights-based approach in this city for a long time. This is not new to the City of Toronto. We have an amazing outreach approach that is about engaging and working with people where they are and seeking the right solutions for who they are and what they need. And we continue to do that each and every day.
The fact we don't have thousands of people in encampments is a result of that outreach work that gets people to safer places to be. And finally, we have built a shelter system that is unlike anything else in this country. It is a diverse shelter system that takes into account varying needs of individuals in where they are. And so I think the sense that the entire shelter system is one big amorphous 10,600 funded bed system is inaccurate. It does specifically look after the needs of various people in this community, and that's very much in keeping with what the federal individual is saying to us about our plan and where we want to go in this community.
And are you, I actually will do a quick follow-up. Are you encouraged to hear in that letter that the federal housing advocate will be giving advice to the federal government about the disbursement of $250 million, and that given that our update to the interdepartmental protocol, which is the substance of this report, puts us in a good position to get a substantial amount of dollars for this city to support our efforts to get people out of being unhoused and into permanent homes?
Through the Speaker, extremely pleased to see that we align, and that gives us the impetus to say, okay, let's get this funding flowing because we can invest that very well in this community and help more people.
Thank you.
Okay, let's put the speakers list on the screen. Councillor Moyes to speak. Come on, Councillor. Okay, that's nice.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and of course, thank you to staff for the work they've done on this. So at committee, we had many people who deputed and talked about micro shelters. And as mentioned, we do have a lot of encampments in the city right now. That's not in my ward in Toronto Centre, but across the city. And we have the process of where, we make space in the winter months, and in the summertime, we kind of downscale, and of course, less space, and people go into the parks. But there are options, and I think one of the things that we need to look at is other jurisdictions like Kitchener-Waterloo and elsewhere where they have micro shelters. And so my motion really is to ask staff to look at the feasibility of that here in Toronto, and perhaps even considering maybe looking at vacant, underutilized city-owned lands to see if it's possible to actually create these micro shelters across the city, just to alleviate some of the stresses in our parks. And I know too, TSSS, under the leadership of Gord Tanner, is really doing trying to do the best that they can. And I have seen it firsthand, the efforts that staff go through day in and day out. I mean, I say tongue-in-cheek that my experience with Allen Gardens, have given me PTSD because it's been so difficult. And, God, the staff who's there all day, doing the work day in and day out, they really deserve a medal. But again, I think, as council, we need to do a due diligence to make sure that we look at all possibilities, leaving no stones unturned. And I think a micro shelter is one of those areas that there might be some things we can do. So I do hope my colleagues can support that initiative. Thank you.
Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion asking the city manager to come back to the July meeting, as he's offered to do, and tell us what the city is going to do this better. For most of my constituents, there is no stronger sign of the decline of our city and the inhospitability of our city is when our parks and sidewalks are taken over by encampments, and the huge range of problems that they cause, some of which I've reported over and over and over to Mr. Tanner in his office. It's one of the big reasons that Vancouver threw their council out. People's outrage about the continuing occupation of public space by tents. I recognize this is an enormously complex issue. The 345 people who are in these encampments have very complicated needs, and what they need is mostly beyond the city's jurisdiction or ability. The lack of mental health treatment, which the provincial government refuses to properly fund, the addictions and the lack of appropriate support treatment, as well as the inadequate resources for housing benefits, the totally inadequate amount that people on Ontario Works are expected to live on, the inadequate resources for the shelter system, and then, of course, we've got all the refugee claimants that the federal government lets in and takes no responsibility for. These are complicated issues. But the 345 homeless people, they are deserving of our support and compassion, but they do not override the needs and the interests of the 3 million other people in the city who are entitled to use our public spaces. These recommendations are well-meaning. Mr. Tanner and his team are doing what we've asked them to do in response to the Ombudsman's recommendation. And it's great to make more requests for money from the federal and provincial governments. That's fine. I support all of those. I'm optimistic they'll do something. But we know from years of experience, they're not going to give us enough. They're not going to do it tomorrow, and it's not going to solve our problems. And in the meantime, the hundreds of thousands of people across the city, which includes a very large percentage of the people in my ward, have no private outdoor space, and they depend on our parks and public spaces for mental and physical health, and they are being deprived of access to it. My ward, is, other than Rosedale, is one of the most park-deprived areas of the entire city. And if you look at Kensington, we have 2 parks, and they both have been consistently occupied by encampments for the entire time since I was elected, despite constant, repeated requests for assistance from Mr. Tanner and his staff. I support asking the other governments to do something. What I can't support is for us to continue to tolerate indefinite occupations of public space and this essential green space. It's not safe for the people in the encampments who are preyed on by drug dealers and others. It's not safe for the communities around them. And it's really telling that in the presentation for this item, you will notice that the concerns and impacts of the people who live around these encampments aren't even mentioned, nor the need for public space, nor the damage that may cause to our parks that we don't have enough money to fix. As a city government, we do have a responsibility to those 345 people whose needs are not being met by the federal and provincial government. We also have a responsibility to be good stewards of scarce, valuable public space, and we are failing badly at this. And we've continued to do so for a long period of time. The law is that camping is illegal in all public spaces, but we're not enforcing it effectively. So public spaces have become fair game, and there's no criteria. There's just no criteria in this document or anything else. What spaces are, will we at least put up with tents, and what spaces are absolutely off limits? Why is it okay to have a tent attached to the Henry Moore sculpture in the Grange Garden? Why is it okay to have tents in the only parks in Kensington? Why is it okay to have tents next to playgrounds? It's not. And even the $100 million approach here to let's build housing is going to take a long time. And at the end of that, we're still going to have encampments because there's more and more people in the encampments. So it is time for Toronto to learn from other cities and start taking more responsibility for the impact of these encampments on the community as a whole. This has nothing to do with the Ombudsman's recommendations. The Ombudsman's recommendation is about treating people with respect and care, giving them alternatives. That's great. Of course we should do those things, but that doesn't mean abandoning the parks. So,
Councillor Sachs, thank you. You're way over time. Sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here, if we want to put that on the screen. I think all of Council can support this because it's borrowing language from the staff report, and I quote that encampments are not a long-term solution to homelessness. And it asks us to make a statement affirming that about the importance of maintaining access to parks and public space for everybody in our city to use. I think this is in line with many of the recommendations in the report. For example, about prioritizing and addressing the largest encampments and connecting those folks with shelter and housing. What we heard from staff today is there are 329 encampments across the city. That number is almost double what we were dealing with at this time last year. And many of those are in parks and ravines and the public spaces that we all know and love and want to be able to use. I think, as Councillor Chang said, some of them are right next to pools and summer camps, and that doesn't work very well. Councillor Sachs, your questions, your speech, your comments, I take all of that to heart. Hearing the issues that your residents are dealing with right now and that your office is often actually put in the situation of trying to resolve. That's difficult. The open air drug use, the violent attacks, some of the garbage, these are difficult situations, and it plays out in our public parks right now. I don't think that's acceptable. I will be supporting Councillor Sachs's motion to ensure that we have safe access for our public to the public spaces. I'll also be supporting Councillor Moyes' motion to look at a more rapid response model, taking advantage of underutilized city assets. But I think the people of Toronto are looking for us to show that as a council, we believe their experiences right now, the challenges here in our parks and our public spaces that continue to take place across all of Toronto. It's not just a downtown thing, but those are real, and we need to get to work at addressing those. And that the park should be there for everybody to enjoy, families, seniors, everybody in between. We shouldn't be accepting or turning over our parks into permanent tent cities. I don't think anybody wants that, but we need to actually have a plan of action to make sure that that's not the case. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a very a procedural thing in many ways because we are responding to the Ombudsman's report. Council directed the public service to update the interdepartmental protocol on encampments, and that's what they've done. And in fact, what they are doing is meeting people where they are, ensuring that they connect to services. Every day, people are going out there from streets to homes, multidisciplinary teams, to connect with people, and people are coming inside. And in fact, people are getting into permanent housing as well. We need more Canada-Ontario housing benefits so that we can get more people into housing. And of course, there are many things that are being built out at this time. Right now, we're looking at increasing affordable housing supply, and that will take time. But in the meantime, we have a shelter capital plan, and we dealt with some of the questions earlier, which is to have intentional, right-scaled, right-size shelters that are going to be responsive and meet people's needs from a programmatic perspective for priority populations where people in encampments are younger than they used to be. There's a whole range of people. There are people that are employed in some situations, as the general manager of Toronto Shelter said. And yes, there is a percentage of people that need additional supports. And we need the healthcare solution on the outside from the provincial government to make sure that not just mental health services, but general health services are offered. I think it's important to recognize that public servants, the city staff, are doing tremendous work, and you have the testimony of a councillor like Councillor Moyes, who at Allen Gardens, we've seen a massive reduction in the number of encampments. I do want to say that this is not a Toronto problem. There is no community across Canada that isn't being touched by this crisis. It took decades to get into a situation where housing became so unaffordable that people started to build encampments. Proportionately speaking, there are cities that have 10 times the numbers of people living outdoors. We heard from a city councillor in Peterborough where they actually did a micro-shelter community out of an encampment and then connected people into permanent housing and shelter because that's Peterborough. Peterborough is the size of just my ward. My mother-in-law lives in the region of Salmon Arm. The whole region has 25,000 people. The town where she lives has 5,000 people, and they're grappling with this problem. So we're in difficult company. The long-term solution and the goal is to everybody to have a home that they can keep. I think we can all agree on that. Shelter is a step toward that, getting people housing ready and bringing them indoors. Living unhoused makes you more ill. We've heard that repeatedly from medical professionals. And I think what's important to note is that what we heard from the federal housing advocate, who will be advising the federal government on the disbursement of encampment dollars, $250 million specifically to help communities grapple with the problems that we're facing, is that we are putting ourselves with this interdepartmental protocol in the right place to receive what I believe should be a big chunk of change there. This is an important step, but it's only a small step. Many, many pieces are being put in place, and I think Councillor Moise's motion is something that we've supported at committee before, and in fact, we're asking for an acceleration of a process to study what are the range of options of affordable and quickly deployed mobile or modular micro shelter that isn't a permanent solution. It's just an emergency transitional approach. Councillor Sachs worked a lot with us, with my office, with staff, to bring a motion that reflects the spirit of what she wants, which is more reporting on what immediate actions are being taken and how effective they are. I think we can support that. And I agree with Councillor Bradford that we want to make sure that people can enjoy public spaces. Parks are really important, especially for people that don't have backyards, especially for young children. And so we want to make sure that people can enjoy that. I hope that we can all support the amazing work that's been done by staff. It's been reviewed by the Ombudsman. And I also want to thank all of the civil society groups that have come alongside and support Toronto's approach. And we can really move together forward to tackle this massive Canadian problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Motion by Councillor Moise. Recorded vote.
Councillor Candival? Madam Speaker, motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Sachs. All in favor? Carried. Okay, next motion. By Councillor Bradford. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Chang, Councillor Myers, please, Councillor Fletcher. Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item as amended carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, before we go to, the next item will be hold on just a second. The cycling update, and then we'll do quick releases first and then that. Mayor Chow.
It looks like we'll have to take a break. Why don't we break at 6 and come back at 6:30? Upon our return, let's do the Science Center item, which is a member motion, and then the rest of it. Hopefully we'll finish tonight.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Chow. Recorded vote.
Just to clarify, we may or may not be able to finish tonight. Let's not decide now. Let's try to do as much as possible. And then if it gets too late, people are too tired, then we'll come back. But at least let's try.
Okay.
We should have a deadline.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, please don't turn your mic on until I acknowledge you. What was that? We're going to break at 6 and come back at 6:30. What was that?
The clerk just asked me to decide on what time should we try to end at.
Why don't we do it
8:30?
8 o'clock and then go from there? Okay?
8 o'clock, okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, and 8. Okay, Councillor Sachs, please, you asked for a recorded vote. You can vote on it. Don't argue with the mayor. Okay, recorded vote. Recorded vote. We're trying to get as much done, and I'm sure there's members of council that don't want to come back tomorrow. And I know that will not come back. So let's just try to get as much done as we can. Yeah, that's right. We'll do quick releases after this. Maybe most of them will be released. Because we don't have a lot of items left.
Councillor Thompson, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor McKelvey, please. Councillor Pasternak, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to extend with a 30-minute dinner break until 8 p.m. and consider MM 19.24 as 25 as the first motion we return carries. The vote is 18-3.
Okay, quick releases. Please put your name on the screen. Let's try to get rid of a few of them. Okay, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, TE 14.38, I have two motions. This is pedestrian improvements on Avenue Road. Staff has the motion somewhere.
Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Do we have the motion? That's TE 14.38, Avenue Road Study.
Right, so the first motion is accepting recommendations 2 through 8 from the supplementary report of staff.
Okay.
With one change recommended by staff in terms of the limit of the U-turn zone. These are pedestrian safety improvements on 280 meters of Avenue Road, the most dangerous part of my ward, which includes an intersection where there is a crash every 12 days. So there
Okay.
Okay.
This is
And the
a quick.
Okay.
This
And the
is-
other motion is
Oh,
asking.
yeah, but hold on. You have another motion
I
on
have
this
two
item?
motions on this
Okay,
item.
let's put the second motion, let's vote, because we're doing quick releases right now.
The other item is a traffic study.
Okay, there it is right there. It's on the screen. Okay. So on Councillor Sacks' first motion on favor, carried. Second motion on favor, carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote. T 14.38 Avenue Road Study. Recorded vote on item is amended. Oh yeah, there is no item as amended because it was here without recommendation. Okay? So any, Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a quick release? Deputy Mayor Malik?
I have an amendment to 19.18.
Pardon? I can't hear you.
Sorry, 19.18. On that item, I have an amendment. MM. 19.18. Oh. Do you have the amendment? Yes, that's right. It should be on the screen.
Okay, we'll put the amendment on the screen by Deputy Mayor Malik. It's on the screen. And this is amending MM 19.18.
That's right. And I want to just briefly just say a few words about this one. First of all, by recognizing Councillor Burnside's engagement with me on this motion and thanking Councillor Fletcher as well for her work in us moving this forward. Like so many Torontonians, I love the Toronto Island. It is a jewel in our city and it's visited by at least 1.5 million people every year. It holds so many memories and incredible experiences. My parents immigrated to Toronto more than 50 years ago, and their love for the Toronto Island is such an important part of my commitment to ensuring the island is for everyone. And for downtown residents like me who don't have backyards of their own, and for all of those making trips across our city to go to the island for a special day or visitors from near and far, they share that love and that commitment. Improved access to Toronto Island in all seasons is my priority. And that's why I've been working to expedite new and larger and faster ferries and get them into service as soon as possible, and working to move forward our extensive Toronto Island Park Master Plan, including improving the experience at Jack Layton Ferry Terminal and arrival points on the island. And of course, working collaboratively to implement the marine strategy and make transportation to the island better from all points across Toronto Harbour.
Okay.
While this park serves such an important purpose in our growing city, exploring ways for better access continues to be a crucial part of our work together, and we have to approach this well. And I'm committed to a thorough review of a pedestrian cycling fixed link across the Eastern Gap that includes all considerations that are laid out in this motion. And this review has to be done through a process that includes stakeholders, and my motion includes engagement with those agencies. That's important for a successful plan to move this forward. And my colleague and I agree an active transportation fixed link to the island will be a generational project that we can initiate exploration of right away. And the improvements that are needed for better access, including new and faster high-capacity ferries which we are legislatively required to provide, must continue to move forward and be accelerated. I'm asking for support for my motion for this comprehensive review and better access to our beloved park.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment, on favor, okay, item is amended. Oh, that's it, yeah. Councillor Carroll, quick item.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The first one is our quick release without amendment, which is MM 19.10, the special hockey tournament.
Okay, you're releasing that, MM 19.10?
Yep.
Okay, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
And the other one, Madam Speaker, is a reopen for a quick amendment. Can I do that now?
Yes.
That is MM 19.24. That's the motion from Councillor Ainsley that we adopted earlier. in conversation with him and mayor's staff and my staff, we were making a quick amendment to align this with work on this that's already ongoing in economic development staff. And we were going to do a quick amendment. And while he was away, his son is graduating right now, the youngest and tallest. I was going to quick amend it and missed it.
Okay.
So if we could reopen?
First of all, motion to reopen MM 19.24 on favor, carried. On the amendment by Councillor Carroll, on favor, carried. Item is amended, carried. Thank you.
I'm in a hurry.
So,
I'll tell you what it is.
Councillor Pasternak, quick release.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's members' motion 19.8. There were two amendments that we made after it was put on the order paper. Staff have the amendments. One was requested by the mayor, which is now in here, seeking federal and provincial government funding to support a Strong Cities Summit in Toronto. And at the request of Councillor Carroll, we're asking the General Manager Economic Development to consult with Destination Toronto.
Motion.
Recorded, please.
IMM 19.8, Councillor Pasternak has moved the amendment. Recorded vote. Yes.
The motion is amended. I want global cities to see.
Madam Speaker, motion 1 carries. The vote is 23 in favor.
Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Recorded.
Even the item is amended?
Yeah, we have to show that council voted on it and supports it.
Okay, item is amended, recorded vote. I know. Yeah, we are reducing it.
Councillor Chang, Councillor Perruzza, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item as amended carries unanimously. The vote is 24 in favor.
Okay, let's go back to the list. I see a bunch of names here. Councillor Bradford, quick release.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's a quick release attempt again at TE 1411-9 Ben Lomond zoning bylaw amendment application. This is just the staff supplemental report that makes some technical corrections to the zoning bylaw.
Okay. There's the amendment. This is on T 14.11. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. Carried. Okay. Councillor Cheng, quick item.
Yes, this is for NY 14.10. I have two motions.
Okay, NY 14.10. Okay. Can we put the motions on the screen? Okay, there's one motion that's on 172-202 Drury Avenue. Okay, the second motion, Okay, there's a second motion. So on 1A, on favor, opposed if any, carried. On 1B, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. Just in the interest of time, because I won't be back later on, I have a community meeting dealing with 100 Burr Drive that starts at 7
I'm sorry,
p.m.
what item is it?
I'm going to tell you now. It's PH 13.5, Modular Housing Initiative, Phase 2, the updated report. I can release it.
Did you have a supplementary?
Sorry. Councillor Perks?
Yeah. I'd like to hold that, please. Okay, that's fine.
All right. So we're going to hold it. Councillor Fletcher.
No, we have 14 items, and I'm going to release 2 of 3 or maybe 4.
Okay, so what item?
TE 14.17.
Okay.
On Cherry Street. Reluctantly.
Okay, so on T 14.17, Councillor, it's here without a recommendation.
The staff recommendation.
So you're moving staff?
Yeah.
On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
There's a companion, which is a settlement at CC 19.9.
CC 19.9, yes?
And I'll move that.
Okay, CC 19.9, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
I would really like to defer CC 19.10. If I can make a deferral without having put that motion in, I'll defer that.
And this is 2153 Broadview?
Yes, and staff have said that's okay if I defer that one.
So you want to defer that to the next council?
Yes, please.
Okay. On CC 19.10, Councillor Fletcher wants to defer to the next council meeting. On favor, carried.
And then I'm going to move the appointments from the Corporate Nominating Committee with staggered terms, and the clerks were very helpful to make that happen. And that is my last motion.
That's CC 19.5 appointment to the Toronto Hydro?
Correct. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So Councillor Fletcher is releasing that. On favor, carried.
Well, no, I'm moving that.
Oh.
It's motions. They're staggered terms.
Yeah, you're moving the motion.
And then
Right.
the current chair is being carried over until December for continuity. That's that motion. There'll be another member, but this is a complement of 6 new members, a returning member, and a 7th member to come in December.
Okay. The amendments on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended on. Right? Yeah. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
And thank you to Mike Cole, who's not here, my other committee member. Hi,
Okay.
Mike.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I will release MM 19.9, which is requesting alignment of the ISO Integrated Regional Resource Plan with the city's 2040 target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions with a recorded vote. And I trust that councillors understand what they're reading and why this is important and what this means to electricity in the city. So I'll be voting no, so I'd like a recorded vote.
Okay, on MM 19.9, Councillor Holliday is asking for recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, Councillor Cheng. Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt MM 19.9 carries. The vote is 20-4.
Councillor Candeval, quick release.
Yes. I want to, MM 1911, in the interest of time, a quick release. I just want to thank Councillors Crisanti and Mantis for echoing and strengthening the voice of the need to have an approach to youth violence. It's in addition to what we did at the City School Boards Initiative, School Boards Advisory Committee 2 weeks back, where we asked Executive Director SDFA and General Manager PFR to look at how to advance violence prevention opportunities for youth during these upcoming summer months, and to work with respective school boards to identify locations, their spaces this summer located in neighborhood improvement areas to fill programming gaps. I think the tragedy we saw.
Councillor Candeval, we're going through a quick release.
Yeah, no,
we're going through a quick release. Do you want to release it, or are you still holding it?
I think Councillor Crisanti wants to do a quick release, so I'll do it. I just want to applaud them, and it's in conjunction with the work we're doing at the City School Boards Advisory Committee.
Okay, on MM 19.11, on favor?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote, recorded vote. Yep.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt MM 19.11 carries. The vote is 23 in favor.
All right, last one, Councillor Sachs, quick release.
Yes, I'd like to release MM 19.7. I just want a recorded vote. I want to vote against it because it's contrary to our naming policy.
Okay, so on MM 19.7, Councillor Sachs is releasing, and she wants a recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, this is your...
Okay, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt item MM 19.7 carries. The vote is 22-1.
Members of Council, we have just 5 items left after we come back from dinner.
Point of privilege.
Okay, just 1 sec, please. But we do have 2 members' motions that we have to introduce first. So, point of privilege, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate Councillor Burnside on slipping in that we're doing Ontario Place next, because I did want to go back to the cycling network plan. But I just asked people, if you have motions on the cycling network plan, can you please get them in, make sure they're approved, by, done and advance circulated so the item can go fast. We've been holding it since this morning, and we've been holding the city staff here
Okay,
too.
thank you. All right, so we have 2 members' motion before 6 o'clock. Councillor Fletcher? I just want to say what a good job you're doing. You've got us down to 7. 5. Okay, members' motion 2. Councillor Bradford, we only have 1 minute to recess. What? Councillor Bradford? Councillor Bradford?
I have a quick release.
You have a quick release?
No, we have 5 minutes. It's 5:55.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, what's
Yes,
your
it
quick
is.
release?
Okay, I want to release the Roxborough item with a vote.
That's
It
not-
is. Actually, Councillor Sachs and I have agreed, there's going to be 2 motions. I'm going to have one, and then she's going to have one, and then that's it.
Okay, but let's do it after.
Okay.
This is not a quick item, sorry. Okay, can we introduce those 2 members' motion? Pardon? Burnside. Councillor Burnside, you're introducing a motion?
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Do I have to read it? Yes. Oh, come on.
Go ahead.
This is a non-competitive bridge contract with Kodiak Group Holdings, operating as work authority for various safety footwear. Like, this is exciting stuff, please.
Okay.
The current non-competitive bridging contract will expire. Well, why am I reading it then?
Well, you don't have, you just have to introduce it. All in favor, carried. The other one? Councillor Matlow, you have one to introduce.
I'm moving forward with rental housing at 170 Roehampton Avenue.
Okay, all in favor, carried. We're recessed to 6:30, so we have 5 items.